temple. Lightning is flashing beyond the distant hills. We can hear shouts and guttural threats, rumors of morality mobs and pitchforks. So, Woody, if you can see your way clear, we'd appreciate you bringing your machine and giving us a hand here. This next one is from the same book, also by Dorothy Alexander. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I didn't realize it was up there. How's that? Thank you, Ken. This next one is called Sacrament, and it's about her dad. And Dorothy was one of those people, she lived life to the fullest. She'd get up every day and just fill her day with everything she wanted to do. A feisty little thing. Okay. Drove the highway between Oklahoma and New Mexico for many years before she got to where she couldn't do that, and just championed every one of us here in the state of Oklahoma in the poetry community. And she came from a time period very different from what we live in today. And I think this next poem kind of represents that. It's Sacrament. He came to us in the dusk each day, my father, sweat-stained, smelling of honest work, dust on his face, his hair, the cracked skin of his hands, and always that burn of wind around his eyes. In her kitchen, my mother offered him cool water while we waited and watched him slake his thirst, waited for him to acknowledge us, his children, to say each of our names, almost a benediction. We brought another pail of water, poured it into an enameled basin, stood and watched him wash away the grime of the fields. When he finished, we sat down at a rough table and ate a plain meal, rested from the dry soil by his labor, his steadfast will. Dorothy was no stranger to grief, and so I think it's appropriate as we are grieving and mourning her at this time to recognize some of the grief that she carried with her throughout her life. Her only son died after a struggle with AIDS during the AIDS epidemic, and she wrote some poems about that. So I would like to read a couple of poems kind of from her about that time. This is Trip to Wailuka. His first night at support group, he wore a western hat low over his eyes, a toothpick in the side of his mouth, thumbs hooked in Levi pockets, pretended to be a cowboy. He said nothing save his name, but afterwards followed me out to ask a question, the kind you just know is an excuse for conversation. I had seen enough before this night to know how it would go. His family had scattered like quail at the mention of AIDS, were still in hiding. He was driven by the unfairness, injustice, bitterness, loneliness. Under the brim of the Stetson, he was desperate to connect. Near the end, he asked to see his mother's grave in Nebraska. We walked the streets of Lincoln while he pointed out landmarks, his mother's grave in Wailuka Cemetery, the pauper's plot of the infamous Charlie Starkweather. Our second time in Lincoln, I carried him in an urn, left him in that place where mothers, sons, and murderers lie down together, all injustice and bitterness swallowed up in the dirt. And I'm going to read one more poem by Dorothy, and then a poem that I wrote for Dorothy. This one is called Year of the Plague, and it's for Kim Alexander, who was her son. I hated everyone in that place then. Oh, I knew they were just messengers, but what I'm saying is that if someone had to die, I wanted it to be anyone but this man made of my own flesh. I wanted to take him away from that white place where everyone wore dry-eyed masks, where they didn't look us in the eye when they spoke in sly 1980s language, judging sickness itself as immoral. What did they see when they looked past us, talking of foundation. The roof slid sideways, windows shattered. The heart was broken. There was a shudder as he put out to sea, drifting westward into the misty distance, while on the shore, someone was waving, running, calling his name over and over. I'd like to think that Dorothy's getting to see her son. Helps me to think that. This next poem, and my final poem that I'm going to read in her honor today, is one that I wrote for the celebration of her marriage to her wife, which became legalized, I believe it was 2013. So I wrote this as my gift to them. So this one's by me. Wind along with me. Wind along with me on these curves of tortoise shells creeping through this desert, and the soft dunes stirred effortlessly by sidewinders gliding across the sand. On these curves of snowflakes mounding in drifts along rows of quiet houses. On these curves of cinnamon rolls rising in ovens. On these curves of smoke billowing into us from our morning coffee. On these curves of my hand brushing your cheek resting on our down pillows in your first moments of waking. On these curves of my gray hair falling across your comforting lap in the summer nights. On these curves of bare feet, round heels, and high arches, silkily tiptoeing down winding beach paths through windswept grasses. On these curves of naked calves and rounded breasts rising to greet the pull of the round, round moon. On these curves of waves cresting to break upon rounded whales' backs, rising higher than mountains, plunging deeper than infinity, looping backwards and forwards and always onwards into you, into me, knotting our lives together on these winding roads of years and pulsing promises of yes, yes, yes. Billowing our moments upon these curves of buxom dandelions, soaring our spirits into clouds. Thank you, Dorothy. Our next reader is another very dear friend of mine, Dr. Ken Hayda from East Central University. He is the author of 10 collections of poetry, including his 2 latest, Feral Skies Selected Poems and Contour Feathers, which received the Oklahoma Book Award. In fact, his publisher for Contour Feathers is right down here, Dr. Paul Bowers. Let's see you wave a hand. Okay. Another great champion of Oklahoma poetry. His book, Spare Parts, received the Wrangler Award from the National Western Heritage Museum. His work received the 2017 South Central MLA Poetry Prize, and he was a finalist for the Spur Award from Western Writers of America. 4 of his poems have been featured on NPR's program, The Writer's Almanac. He is a professor at East Central University in Ada, where for 18 years he has directed the annual Scissortail Creative Writing Festival. That's like our poetry, literary family reunion. Welcome, Ken.
There we go. Is that okay, back row? Morning, sir. Nice tie. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for being here. I enjoy Howlers and Yawpers. I've been here several times over the years, and I appreciate the good audience, and I appreciate your attention, and I appreciate Jessica and Paul Uhas turn to go, though I don't feel like being rough with them. Fences are necessary, I suppose. They can be meddlesome too. These gentle folks pass every Sunday to visit their boy in prison. They only want to make a pie. I only want to be asked first. The fence divides us. She promises to bring me tarts, and that seems fair. And I think about fairness in their son these days. I'm glad they go see him Sundays, and I tell them so. Their calm courtesy strikes me. Persimmon pie is part of her autumn ritual, something I cannot deny her. I don't need to know how it is they got off the main road. They are seeking the sweetness that comes after the bitterness has ripened. Standing under a tree none of us really own, I see her boy back home years ago, gleefully eating a piece of pie. I see her husband, proud, happy, and the gleam in her eye, sweet, sticky juice sliding down the boy's dimpled cheeks. Dark eyes aglow as he wipes his mouth with the sleeve of a flannel shirt, and I want it to be that way again. Want the sour taste expunged. Afternoon gathers, and we talk about a hard, killing frost that makes the sweetness, the cold, harsh night that ripens this rustic fruit. We shake hands, and I don't look back as I return through fields where yellow leaves, orange, dusty, scarlet, and intense lay about me, toss around me in the breeze that carries ladybugs unsuspecting to their graves. Timber standing in reverent silence as before judge, as if to judge. Autumn is the most dramatic of days, a time to remember, but it is also a time to console. So, don't clap too loud, you'll wake somebody up. So I'm going to read a few from my latest collection, Concert Feathers, and I'll march through them one by one, all 127 poems. Are you ready? In desert dust, a flower. Maybe it's for the best. I don't even know a name, what or how to call you. I see the curious dance of light, fresh on stems, bright and new. A listless breeze conjures memories which give way to mysteries. There is no border here, nothing more to restrain, no two sides, no right, no wrong, just the dust around us and a flower for all it's worth. I think of her once in a while, that killer smile, that fragile, wounded life, a wife, a criminal, yet ever a child. Obeying impulses, she never learned that ironic honesty of self lost on her. In constant buzz, never knowing the solace of a hive, all that honey wasted in thin air. Next one is titled Ladybugs. Have you noticed this time of year, ladybugs, it's like my house, I don't know where they come from, but there's like a million ladybugs in your house, they disappear. They're kind of cool, I don't really mind them, it's kind of creepy, but it's all right. Get the joke, creepy? They're creeping on. And they're always on the ceiling. So one day I was watching a ladybug on my ceiling, and this amazing, incredible artistic poem evolved from that. Ladybug. One of those days to avoid if you could see it coming. Questions hammering bend slippery nails. Ladybug crawling on the ceiling, do you know that you are upside down? I'm bound to the familiar, whispering friends like trees and grass birds and decide to dance the silent symphony that makes you, that turns the world without notice, stirs longings that cannot be ignored. Leaves of grass in any season, yellow or green, bend with the slightest intention. Here's a memory from when I was 18. I've done it many, many times in my life before and since, but I remember this particular night. It's titled One Sandy Night, Fishing on the Salt Fork of the Arkansas River. One sandy night. On the Salt Fork, we staked our rods, baited for catfish, yellow tips visible by firelight. One sandy night, frogs chortled, something splashed in the current, something winged fluttered about us in the dark breeze. Speechless, we saw heaven's fire fall, felt the pulse of the universe swallow us, primal fear, nurtured with sandy silence. Something winged fluttered about us in the dark breeze. Speechless, we saw heaven's fire fall, felt the pulse of the universe swaddle us in primal care, nurtured with sandy silence. Here's another memory from much younger, when I was a boy. A place in the woods. I walked the same way each time I journeyed into what then seemed deep woods, submerging myself beneath white oak, walnut, and so many other trees, their limbs crisscrossing to form an arc above me, where I sat between stones matted soft with fallen leaves. Settled into my spot, I would listen to the wind, to any sound around me. I would look up at the arc, through it, facing the sun, flickering from the other side. I was too young to know what meditation was. I had only heard the word worship, but something like this must have been happening to me, something that drew me back, finding my way to a special place where I would sit and wait until it felt okay to return, some release to embolden my steps toward home. Just a couple more here. One more from this book. It's titled Osprey. I saw this thing, this osprey at, I think it was, what's the lake down by Ardmore? The other one. I'm drawing a blank. Anyway, I saw an osprey there, trust me. An osprey circles in brassy water. Let's start over. An osprey circles the brassy water, loops 2-3 times or more, drops a few hundred feet, flaps his shimmering wings in white afternoon sun, climbs, repositions, then plummets like a terrible dagger, splashing the edge of water to claim his prey, piercing the flesh of a fish lucky enough never to know the force that guarantees survival. Thank you. Now I'd like to read two that are recent. One is real recent, and the other has just been published on an audio podcast in Oklahoma, but they're both new. First Light. Only Jupiter shines now in the western horizon just above the oaks. J.J. Cale scratches on the Victrola. No clouds, no wind, the first chirps of chickadees. Deer rustle leaves, moving from the pasture up the timbered hillside, their last movement for a while. Sleep calls them after nighttime grazing. It's only a matter of time until the secrets of darkness are lost in the glow of daylight. It's only a matter of time until the music ends, and the first shall be last. Somewhere in dawn's early light, the swing shift transitions. Delivery men arrive to drive their loaded trucks to navigate the highways of commerce. Somewhere, sleepy-headed children fall out of bed, hearing their mother's call. Back home, a rooster crows,
he has to be first. But my soul fills when I, already awake, dawning into consciousness, listen for his bravado. Maybe he's only loud in his pronouncements. Maybe, like many of us, he only pretends to be proud. Maybe he is only an echo of history. And I'll conclude with this poem, another poem in October. October is my favorite month, October and April. It's not October yet, but it's getting close. Another poem in October. And it's amazing how many poets, both famous and regional and all around the world, Europe, everybody in the Northern Hemisphere around the world writes October poems. It's staggering. I mean, if you ever do just a quick search, you'll find there's something about this month that really propels people in the autumn of our Northern Hemisphere. So therefore, I thought I would write another poem in October. When the dew glistens on grass bent with the weight of sun, cottonwood leaves, for now, calm as stained glass, green velvet oaks turning brown in cool nights and blue sky, this world knows me best. I seem born for these days when solitude seems right and the aggravation of everything is a forgotten corpse, buried years ago. Its only value now, the nutritious soil from which springs yellow-flowered weeds in April, hardy green stalked, until December's death. Its only legacy, that which I allow in unguarded moments when memory leaks from a broken pipe, dripping until too much of everything floats into a pool of self-pity. But October, with its healing way, comes from nowhere, built on the scaffold of north wind, violent, unforgiving, but eventually settling among the foliage into the soil of a place that writes another poem, the way anything good satisfies, the way something ultimate feels. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Damn it, Ken, why do you have to be so tall? All right, I'll just do it this way. It is my pleasure to introduce our next reader. Dr. Paul Bowers lives with his wife, Denise, on a 10-acre farm in northwestern Oklahoma. He teaches writing and literature at Northern Oklahoma College in Enid and is the author of a short story collection, Like Men Made Various, and 3 poetry collections, The Lone, Cautious Animal Life, Occasional Hymns, and 10 Acres of the Universe. I completely butchered those titles. Paul introduces take 2. He is the author of a short story collection, Like Men Made Various, and 3 poetry collections, The Lone, Cautious Animal Life, Occasional Hymns, and 10 Acres of the Universe. This is why we need to have rehearsals. Thank you. He is founder and editor of Turning Plow Press, an independent publisher of poetry, fiction, and nonfiction, where they focus on regional authors. He publishes Great Writers and Me. So please help me welcome Paul Bowers to the stage.
I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do. I'll have to shorten my titles. I think that's the problem. They're too long. Thank you. Thank you, Jessica, for... Actually, you didn't invite me. You always did, but thank you anyway. I'm sure you're acting. He was acting on your behalf, so... I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do today, and I kept emailing Jessica my different plans. And one of the things I wanted to do more than anything else was just to celebrate occasions like this and celebrate regional writers. And today is particularly poignant, given the fact that one of the reasons I got into the publishing business was because of people like Dorothy Alexander, who met a need in many cases through her Village Press book. So I want to talk just a little bit about about the press, how I came to muddle up my life with it. And then I'm going to read just a couple of poems from a number of writers that I've had the privilege of working with over the last several years. I actually came to the interest in editing and publishing when I was at Oklahoma State University, and I got really lucky. While most of my graduate student colleagues, graduate assistant colleagues, were teaching 3 sections of Comp 1 on top of a full load, I actually had a chance to work with Gordon Weaver at Cimarron Review as an associate editor while I was there. So I read lots and lots and lots and lots of manuscripts. And this was back before anyone submitted anything digitally. So there would literally be stacks this high of manuscripts that we would just sit and go through. But I learned quite early on that there's something, it sounds like a sort of a tedious process, and it is to some extent. But once you start working with writers, you understand that books come into being through collaboration, and that we think of writing as a sort of lonely, singular act. Well, it is to a certain extent, but at some point it becomes very collaborative, whether it's with an audience or whether it's with a potential publisher. So I had that experience early on. It wasn't always a pleasant experience. Writers are sometimes a little hard to work with. So, and as a writer myself, I can say that. So that was the first thing that really motivated me to get into publishing so late in my life, was the experiences I had in graduate school. The other thing that got me interested in it was coming to events like this, particularly Scissortail, but other readings around the region, and listening to writers read and seeing them engage audiences, and then going to the book table and not finding their books. And asking, where's your book? Well, I don't have books. I mean, I've seen so many talented writers who read marvelous works who can't get published. Because frankly, it's hard to find a publisher. It's really, really difficult. You hear stories all the time about people who win Booker Prizes or National Book Awards, and they were rejected by 30 different publishers, and they had agents, for goodness sakes. So it's a very difficult process. So one of the things I wanted to do was to try to offer as best I could an avenue for talented writers in this region. Now, there's no such thing as an Oklahoma writer, I can tell you. We all have regional differences. I live in northwest Oklahoma, in Ringwood. Anyone ever been to Ringwood? See, you have no idea, right? It's about 25 miles outside of Enid. It's mostly cow country. The town I live in has maybe 700 people if you count really hard. It's one of the least populated counties in the state. And I live really in the middle of nowhere, amidst wheat fields and cattle and my own horses, which is one of the reasons I live in the country. But the sensibility of writing out of that part of Oklahoma is very different from writing out of Pottawatomie County and the Cross Timbers. It's very different from writing in northeast Oklahoma or southeast Oklahoma or southwest Oklahoma. So there really is no single regional voice, and there's no single Oklahoma style necessarily. There are some common elements, certainly. We all write out of our sense of place. And I think that's one of the things that I love most about working with the writers in this area, is that sense of, a genuine sense of place. Most writers are regional writers. Ever heard of Flannery O'Connor? Out of Georgia. James Joyce. Everybody thinks, you want to read James Joyce anymore, or is it just me? So, James Joyce, not just Ireland, but Dublin. It's all Dublin. Robert Frost, right, New Hampshire. William Faulkner, Mark Twain, just to name a few. I mean, most literature, I would argue, was probably rooted in some particular place, some particular region. So regional writing is not some, sidebar to, certainly to American literature. It's very central to American literature, which is another reason why it interests me. I have worked mostly with Oklahoma writers. I've let in a couple of Kansas writers so far. No one from Texas yet. Ken's probably the closest I think I've come to have anyone from Texas. I'm still working on that part. Depends on how OSU does against Texas this year. So the main reason I got into this, though, is I really like working with writers, and I learned that, as tedious again as it can be, proofreading, copy editing, these are actually creative processes. And to get to work with writers to try to make their manuscripts better,
to design the books, reorder chapters and sections, choose and work on cover designs. This is a creative symposium. I just want you to know that the publishing business is not only working with creative people, it is a creative act in and of itself, which is one of the reasons I find so much enjoyment in the process. So what I'd like to do, as I said, is just read a poem, maybe two, from, this is not all the books that we published, but I'll hold them up. And all these are available through turningplowpress.com website, fire of Amazon, as much as possible. Buy directly from authors and buy directly from the presses, because writers get more money that way. So, but if you're interested in any of these books, and even if you don't know, just take a look at the website and see what we have to offer here. I don't have any particular order in which I'm going to read these. This is an odd-sized book. I have to say, sort of odd. And the reason for this is that some writers still write really long lines, and it's really, really hard to format really long lines of poetry. And Hank Jones, who's one of those writers, by the way, I heard read so many times. And if you ever have a chance to hear Hank Jones read, don't miss it, because you will absolutely love it. You'll laugh until you cry, and sometimes you'll just cry. Okay, so, and you'll see what I'm talking about. This is his book called Too Late for Manly Hands. It was his first. This is his first collection that was published. So, and there's one of the nice things about working with writers. There's always backstories as well. This is a collection that has a lot to do, as the title suggests, about growing up among men and trying to live up to those expectations. And one of the person who figures prominently in this book is his father. And within a couple of months, I think, after this book came out, his father passed away. And so I'm going to read one of his poems. This is entitled Watching Huck Finn with Father, circa 1976. Imagine a boy out with his stiff military father, without the soft mother to run interference. The father in civilian clothes still stands straight, moves rigidly as if on parade. The young son tries to do the same. They go to the theater, sit in the plush-worn seats to see a new version of Huckleberry Finn, because the boy loved the Tom Sawyer he'd seen once on TV, is now eager to watch Tom's best friend on his own adventure, hopes for a glimpse of the wild Tom, hair flying, feet dirty, the boy whom no force of man could manage to control. He watches now the wilder Huck, wilder hair, dirtier feet, breaking the laws of his society to help his friend Jim escape from a terrible fate. He's moved beyond words by Huck when he sees Jim's blood and says, "Why, your blood's red just like mine." And Jim replies that he is a man, and what else did Huck expect? Somehow this most human of moments causes this boy, desperate to be a man for his father, to weep uncontrollably for the rest of the picture, while the stern father sits beside him uncomfortably with no idea at all what to do. I like the little halo effect up here, by the way. It's my aura. I want to read a poem. This is by Don Stinson, who has been a longtime friend. We've known each other for 30 years or more. We went to grad school together, and then we ended up teaching at Northern Oklahoma College together. And together with Don, we put together the Shikaskia Literary Festival, which is coming up in October again. And I had the privilege of publishing Don's second book entitled Hunger, which was a finalist for the Oklahoma Book Award for Poetry 2 years ago, I believe. So I want to read one poem. And I have to say, many of the poems are nostalgic. I don't know, maybe that's just because of the kind of poems I like to read, but a lot of poetry is rooted in memory. And this is one called Homegrown Tomatoes. And he wrote this in memory of William Lafayette Thady Stinson. I'm not quite sure who that is, but a relative. Homegrown tomatoes. Huge as only memories can be. Red as a cartoon fire truck or Superman's billowed cape. I see Thady's sharp old timer having those bright globes again and again into slices, thick as homemade hamburgers or Arkansas August air. With salt shakers and short forks, we stormed that storied platter, left nothing but pink larval pulp and a few faintly yellow seeds. No fruit since then has been so terrible in its beauty, the beauty of dying summer melting on hungry tongues. There's a long story to how this book arrived here today. This is Paul Uhas's new book, literally showed up this morning in boxes at his house. On his porch, The Inner Life of Comics. And I'm going to read a poem by Paul Uhas. This is a marvelous book, and I would certainly encourage you to pick up a copy when you can. Well, pay him and then pick up a copy. I'm not going to try to describe the book. Poems here that are pandemic related, and I'll hopefully talk a little bit about that in just a few minutes, but they go far beyond that. This is called Intersection. Waiting for the light to change. The radio station is playing, "It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine." I acknowledge the poor taste with a smile sardonic. In my rear view, a compromised foray to Walmart and its panicked bare shelves. Lining the road before me, fears of unpaid rent and rendered sons half a country away. I almost miss seeing him. A sun and wind-faded camouflage coat, blue jeans slightly less worn than he is, gray and white hair spilling down his face in deliquescing strands. He holds an eternally creased cardboard sign that reads, "Anything helps." I have only $3 cash, my last tip before sheltering in place. $3. A far cry of the anything the man needs. But I offer it to him anyway. "I'm sorry, that's all I have on me." "Brother," he replies, under hinting blue eyes that hollowed out the world long ago, "It's like the sign says." Yeah, I love that poem. This is Ken's contour. I decided to get this from the Enid Library. I couldn't find my own copy. I had to check this out at the library. But, so that's why it's got all the stuff on it and whatnot. So, yeah, I could use one. Yeah, and a bill, no doubt, right? So, this is a marvelous book. I've been a fan of Ken's work for many, many years, and I could have chosen any number of poems just to highlight, I think, the talents of so many writers in this area. But this one I chose is called Climbing Rimrock Trail. And I think even now that sense of just momentary escape, but then the sudden realization that you have to go back to your old life. There's a little epigram with this by Heraclitus: "The way up and the way down are one and the same." Heraclitus is one who said you can't step twice into the same river, too, I think, if you've ever heard that. Okay. So, Climbing Rimrock Trail. Something about the name attracts me. Something about the sheer outcropping, the face on the edge, a mirror to the vulnerable. Despite the bright morning, something welcomes me into a fellowship of loss. A harsh friend telling me I'm not the only fool falling for false beauty. I am surprised how quickly I move up the rocky trail, breathing as if I'm used to this, like I'm sprinting upward to get away from something below me that pursues me, pushing me upward. At the summit, I feel the lowest. While I pause a few seconds on the brink of things, look out, look down, look back, and know I can't stay here. I've got one more, and this is from Mary, who's in the back, setting up her stuff. Mary's book is coming out from Turning Plow soon. It'll be October. It's a terrific book. Did anyone hear Mary read yesterday? Okay. I was just, when I heard about Dorothy, I thought Dorothy would have loved Mary's book. I guarantee you, would have loved her book. So there are lots of poems, and I asked Mary to make sure I could read this because I wasn't sure what she was going to read yesterday. I didn't want to double up on it, but this one really struck me. And if you grew up in this area, the chances are you probably spent at least a little time in vacation Bible school somewhere. And she has this marvelous poem, and what struck me about this poem is that adults who put together a vacation Bible school have a completely different view about what it's about than kids do, you know? And this poem really captures that, and there's a kind of literalness to it as well. Vacation Bible school. I never got out of the school part. Why would I want to go to school when it's, you know, anyway. Here's Mary Gray's poem, Vacation Bible School. Oklahoma heat outside, but I'm inside the air-conditioned love of the Lord. I vacation in Baptist brimstone and fire, travel under Empyrean Methodist skies, holiday in the Pentecostal aisles. Grandma says his love is always free, activities even we poor can rest in. So I sing his servant songs of Abraham, of Zacchaeus, of Noah and Jonah, and I sip sweet scarlet Kool-Aid, construct papier-mâché crosses, popsicle crosses, crosses made of beads, all in remembrance of sacrifice I still don't understand. Because after a while, there's so many of them. So, do I have time for this? Okay. Oh, that's, yeah. Well, Ken will sing some hymns if you'd like, because, you know, trust me, he will. He knows a lot of them. So, this is a book that, as thin as it is, took me 4 years to write. And oddly enough, it's divided into 4 sections because, as Ken was talking about, there's something about October. Well, this is a collection that's really rooted in the 4 seasons. I start in spring and end in winter. The winter poems are a little darker, I have to say, because one of the reasons I think that October is such a focal point and fall is such a focal point is because it reminds us of where we are. You know, the turning of the seasons, getting older. You know, we're about to get to Thanksgiving again and Christmas again, and then we'll be back in January and New Year's again. So there's that sense of eternal return, but also you can't go back. So we get a little nostalgic, I would say. But I just want to read a couple of poems from this new collection. And most of these are rooted certainly in regional experiences. I always have poems about horses in my collection, not all about this. I've written 2 poems about doping horses. Has anyone ever doped a horse? Just for a minute. Well, this is my second poem about doping horses. If you have horses that aren't particularly well behaved, who need their hooves trimmed, one of the ways you can make sure the farrier doesn't get his brains knocked out is to give him a little bit of stuff under their tongue to calm them down. So, and I just wondered I have a particular pony who we've had to do that for quite some time. I always wondered what he thought about the process. So I wrote this poem, When I Dope the Pony. Because he won't stand still for the farrier, I syringe a sedative under the pony's tongue. 30 minutes later, he stands with his head hung low, sways left and right like a tethered barrel of water in a slow-moving truck, clicks his tongue, tastes the sleep that creeps from mouth to throat, to vein, to spine, to muscle. Soon feels a spirit walk a slow circle around his body, lifting one hoof after another. When he comes to, he is alone. A blue bucket of fresh water close by, a sheaf of clean hay. Nearer the familiar world of barn and pasture, but also somehow knowing there is more. I guess ponies can go on trips, can't they? So. I'm going to read this one, even though I'm at a college. I don't know if I should do, but anyway. I think this would be a great poem to teach young children about poetic devices. It's called Drinking Beer and Writing Poetry. What off-rhymes may come, what oxymorons and mixed metaphors, what misspellings, inexact meters, and oddly broken lines. Let the words stumble across the page like a carouser's late-night tracks in snow, dactylic footfalls, anapestic stutters, in-stopped lines teetering near the margin's gutter. Oh, let the words drop where they may, let them flop upon their backs and carve in snow the wide, tippling wings of a fallen muse, singing some ancient brewer's tune. Okay, we got a couple more to offer here. This has really been, I just been listening to a lot of poetry readings lately and reading what a lot of people are writing, and there's still, I think, a fairly deep sense of loss that pervades the country after COVID. Any of you lose any relatives or friends due to COVID? Yeah. I lost my father in December of 2020, and many of the poems in the latter part of this book are surrounding him in some way. So, but one of the things that, and I've been thinking a lot about this because I know how full my closets and garage and all that stuff are, that I'm determined to clean up a lot of the crap I've collected before I go so my daughter doesn't have to do it. So let that, keep that in mind as you grow older and collect more and more stuff. Because one of the hardest things is trying to figure out what to do with all the stuff when someone dies suddenly and unexpectedly. So, and my dad was he survived the Korean War but didn't survive COVID. That's, put it that way. But he had this odd, he collected things like padlocks. So he would literally have like the barrel full of monkeys thing, He'd have these padlocks that were all strung together, they're all locked together into this giant line just hanging in the garage, no keys to be found, no keys. So we actually found a bag of keys, none of them labeled. So we had to sit down at the kitchen table, me and my siblings, and try to sort through these. You get up and go, well, this one fit the lawnmower, no. This one the door, no. So it took hours to do this. But it reminded, the way we sort of cast them across the table, there's an old divination process where casting of bones, you read them as signs. It's called osteomancy. So that's the title of this poem, and it just talks about having to deal with the after effects of someone's passing. Osteomancy. Of all the things you left us when you died, thank you, Dad, for the bag of keys. That satchel of metal bones we rattle through our fingers, looking for the one that unlocks your toolbox or starts the riding mower, releases the chain from the pasture gate, wakes up the tractor, fits the back door, the side door, or a door you no longer had. We cast the collection across your kitchen table, hope to divine what fits what. There are more keys than locks, more questions than answers. We wonder what else you knew or want to tell us, but keep to yourself. Thank you.
You're very, very tall. So, yes. Jonathan Isaacs unfortunately was not able to be with us today. He is ill, so we wish him well, and we will certainly miss him. So that Good morning. Welcome to our 9:30 session of the Howlers and Yawpers Symposium. Hopefully you all found your sign-in sheets for your classes out there. Okay, if you didn't, then grab somebody over here and let us know and we'll help you find them. It is my pleasure to introduce our special guest speaker today, Jim Wilson. Jim is a dear friend of mine and colleague. In fact, he taught here at Seminole State College for many years before going to teach at Georgia. So I'd like to read his intro for you, and then we will give him a warm welcome back to visit with us today, Jim. Jim Wilson lectures in the English department for the University of Georgia, where he teaches first-year writing and honors multicultural literature. Along with co-principal investigator, Professor Irvin Garrison of Anthropology and Geology, Jim initiated the Homeland Returns Project to introduce the UGA community to Native American tribal programs with ties to the Southeast, including Oklahoma. Jim first taught composition and literature here with us and creative writing for the Summer Arts Academy of the Chickasaw Nation. Jim holds an MFA in creative writing from Spalding University, an MA in cultural geography from the University of Iowa, and an MA in Near Eastern archaeology from the American University of Beirut. He was also a Fulbright Hays Scholar in the geography department at the University of Jordan. His research interests engage humanities and social sciences, and he believes that writing builds doorways through walls. Welcome back, Jim Wilson.
Thanks, Jessica. Hi, folks. Nice to see you all this morning. And it's nice to be back at my old school, Seminole State. Are you all hearing me? Raise it a little. Okay. A little stronger? Okay. So, folks, I'm going to make a presentation about a project that I did at University of Georgia. It was a diversity enhancement initiative. It wasn't a big grant. It was about $3,000. Irv Garrison and I proposed something quite a bit larger, but then COVID came along, and it cut out all the travel proposals that we did, which included work in Oklahoma. And so we did things virtually instead. And I'll make a summary of 11 presentations that we did in engagement with tribal programs and people that were associated with tribal programs, most of them from Oklahoma. And the presentation will show you why that was the case in just a moment. And so I'll start with the slide presentation mode. So this is about Homeland Returns, our project. And I want to start first with a slide of a boulder that's on UGA campus at Baldwin Hall. And it's got petroglyphs on it. And you see a drawing below that shows one side of the boulder that has concentric circles with little dots in the middle. Across the top, right before contact, that's sometimes called Mississippian because of a mound architecture that's characteristic of that time period, and that's especially prominent at city sites in the Mississippi Valley, but also in the Southeast, including Georgia. And we're not sure about that, but amongst other things, a petroglyph boulder is of interest to people like my colleague Irv Garrison, who's in anthropology. We know it's native, and by the way, Irv is enrolled in the Choctaw Nation, and he's from Durant, so he has old Oklahoma ties too, and certainly native ties to homelands in the Southeast. And I'm interested. I'm not native, by the way. I'm married into a Choctaw family. I'll talk about my wife Leanne here in just a moment in one of the slides. But because I've been married in for 30 years, and I lived and taught in Oklahoma for about 11, 12 years when I add in the Chickasaw Arts Academy, I take an interest in Native communities and what they're up to. And beyond land acknowledgement, and it's appropriate and right to do that, to acknowledge, for instance, the Seminole Nation, our host tribe here, and related tribes that are in our area, that are close to our area, that are in the service area of Seminole College. While all of that's important, it's nice also to engage those tribes somehow and the programs that represent them. So I wanted to point out this is one way that we do that. And at UGA, we're collaborating with the Muskogee Creek Nation on building an outdoor display at our big anthropology collection and lab. I'll have some more to say about that in a moment too. But a Creek artist, Dan Brook, will do a copper and wood awning that will cover the boulder. And there will be a public walking area and sitting area for people to come and visit. And it'll display and protect the boulder a little bit better than what it has out in the open on the lawn in front of Baldwin Hall. So that's an example of collaboration with an Oklahoma tribe that our anthropology lab and our anthropology department is very engaged in. And I'll point out also in English and in literature and writing, my wife Leanne Howe has brought in Joy Harjo and a number of other Native writers and artists for the last 7-8 years that she's been at UGA. And she's not from, or the Choctaw are not from Georgia originally, but they were certainly in close contact with Muskogee Creeks and the folks that became the Seminole Nation too, out of the Creek Confederacies. And so they feel like they have some engagement and interest too with the tribes that are originally from Georgia. And in this case, bringing someone like Joy Harjo, our former poet laureate for the United States, to UGA several times to present is an example of how our English department and Leanne with her chair of American Studies at University of Georgia is able to engage with people that are engaged in work with Native communities or in tribal programs here. Joy used to write a column for the Muskogee's newspaper and lives and works out of Oklahoma today. And she's an example of someone that we brought to UGA with strong Oklahoma ties and Native ties to the Creek Nation. So I'm going to point out also we have an Institute of Native American Studies. If anyone's interested to get information about it, it's at inas.uga.edu. The A in UGA is for Athens, Georgia, but it's University of Georgia at Athens. And that's how we get that acronym. And inas.uga.edu gets you to our Institute of Native American Studies website. I'll point out, and I'm going to escape for a moment from the slideshow and pull up a web page that our INAS, I'm on the site now directly, our INAS has a scholarship, a $5,000 scholarship every year, and they give out 5 of them. And the preference is to give them for Native students, or at least students who are coming to UGA to study. It's a starter scholarship. It doesn't stay $5,000 every year, but we think it's also something that makes a point with our administration to get more resources and more funding from kids who might come from tribal communities to study at UGA, and amongst other things, who might be interested in a Native Studies sort of program too. And we have a donor who's given us $100,000, probably wants to give us more. And this scholarship is named in honor of his grandmother. And sorry, I'm going to the text about that. Yeah, Ruth Pack was her name. And Chris Cockle wants to honor her. He's a UGA alum, really liked his time at UGA. He's had 5 kids who've gone through the UGA system as well. And because of his grandmother's memory, who's Eastern Band Cherokee, he wanted to support a scholarship. So we do have some assistance, and there are other assistance programs too. We are interested to recruit Native students very much, or students who are interested in Native studies at our institution. So I'll go back to my presentation, and from current slide. So inas.uga.edu if you're interested. There's a reason why Oklahoma was a big subject of interest for Irv and I to do these virtual presentations via Zoom technology in the middle of the pandemic. This is a picture of my wife and I. We're at the First American Museum grand opening in Oklahoma City. By the way, if you haven't been yet, you ought to go. This is really an impressive institution and a marvelous display of the artifacts and the histories and the ongoing, active, and very living culture of our 39 federally recognized tribes in the state of Oklahoma. It's exceptional, it's extraordinary. There's nothing like this in the United States, except for perhaps for the National Museum on the Mall in Washington, D.C. And this has aspects of its architecture and planning that directly honor the traditions and customs of the great mound building and city building of American Indian tribes from not just centuries ago, but from millennia ago in North America, in what's now the United States. So the museum draws on the stories of those 39 tribes. If you have affiliation with those tribes, you may want to go and find out the specific work that they do to present and to archive materials for those communities. But I want to point out also how this really stretches across North America. It stretches ultimately into Mexico and into Canada too. And that's surprising. That in itself is an extraordinary story about the state of Oklahoma. I want to point out too that Seminole State College has an extraordinary diversity of tribal affiliations. This data is from the fall of 2016, I believe, when I was last here teaching at Seminole State, and there are 21 tribes represented by the student body at that time. In a few cases, just one or two, but in many cases, double figures. And it was during that time that I was a faculty sponsor of the Native Student Association, and I would take students out every 3 or 4 weeks to tribal program offices to engage with the employees and administrators of those tribes and learn about jobs that our students might consider after graduating from Seminole State. And I'll point out, this is an example of one such visit. Thomas Walters on the left with the red hat, Cameron Walker, and Todd Robertson with the short sleeve red shirt of the Seminole Nation, the Food and Agriculture Program, and Shane Phillips of Natural Resources and Environmental Concerns for the Seminoles. And we just had a meeting, our student group did, with several of their program directors, and Todd had pulled that all nicely together for us. I'll point out too that Todd is a graduate of Seminole State College and spoke very warmly of his time here, really appreciated going to school here. And we did a number of other visits. We visited the Raptor Center, the Potawatomis. We visited with the Shawnee. We visited with the Kickapoo. We went to Durant and visited with Choctaw. We went to my old friends in the Chickasaw Nation Arts and Humanities Division, and I don't know, 12 or 13 of their employees met 5 or 6 of us coming from Seminole State. So we had a rich year that year going around and meeting people in the tribal programs. And that's something that stuck with me. That's something I wanted to pursue while I was at UGA too. And in this case, we're with the Creeks. It's one of our last trips at Seminole State. Thomas Walters is there in the middle. There's also former students Alexandra Anderson and Kateri Harjo. And we're meeting employees of the Department of Education, as you see. And Pete Kozer, Jr., on my left, on the right of the photo, was our host that day. So that was a nice visit. We also visited the community college that the Creeks have started as well. Another thing that interests me a lot about Oklahoma and literature and stories is the work of writers like Phil Morgan. This is a novel that's set 600 years ago. It's about 90 years before Columbus makes contact in the Caribbean with the New World. And it's a sort of what-if premise, it's speculative fiction. Like, what if a Scotsman was blown off course from travels around the British Isles and by freak storms ends up on the coast of North America in, by the way, what's now Georgia. That's where Phil sets it. He does research in the Southeast, and he has this guy blow ashore, and a Chickasaw man find him 600 years ago on the coastline in the central coastline of Georgia, where the Altamaha River runs into the Atlantic. So Phil's a good friend too. Many in the audience here, my colleagues at least, know him, and he's just come out with a sequel novel with the Chickasaw Press to that story, Anompalichi, and he's calling it The Lost River. It's not on the Atlantic coast this time, it's in Mobile Bay, old Choctaw and Chickasaw lands, but that novel is coming out soon. I understand from Ken Hayda that it's not quite printed yet because of a paper shortage. There was going to be a book signing this week, but this is coming out soon regardless, something to look into, and also just to consider reading his original, Anompalichi, the Word Master, a story about a translator who finds this Scotsman and who has to kind of crack the code of this guy's language too so they can understand each other. Okay, one thing I also like too is the way Phil creates a kind of living landscape with the cities and the towns and the mounds that his characters come across. I feel like the land and the story of the places acts like a character too. It plays a role in his storytelling. They were still in the river bottom, and he, Robert, thought he might see another man-made hill, although the shapes on the horizon looked too numerous and irregular to be mounds, he decided. Yet the closer they came, the more he realized that indeed they were mounds with buildings atop them, like Chelantox. Yet unlike Chelantox, all were protected by a massive timber wall. So we're coming into a city, and we're coming into a very complex, animated society that's going to become more animated still with the presence of this stranger and his goat. So I'll let you check that out if you're interested in Anompalichi. But the city that they're coming into is actually a national park and a National Register of Historic Places protected site called Okmulgee. And the Muskogee Creek Nation very much cooperates with the Park Service. They come every fall in September for a fall festival. They probably restarted it this year now that the pandemic is settling down at least. And this is a site that remains very active and strong in their imagination and their hearts as a place to be protected. Now I'll have a story about that in a moment when I show you a slide about our presentation with the Seminole Nation. So but this is Okmulgee National Monument Site. Those are some of the larger mounds at the site, and there's probably about 10 or 12 large mound groups altogether in this rather extraordinary national park site, right next to Macon, Georgia, too, by the way. So the first of the presentations and programs that Irv and I presented, and there's Irvin on the screen to the right. That's me in my living room. It's COVID time, and we're presenting from home. But we did a presentation where I talked about Phil's work and the engagement of tribal programs like the Chickasaw Nation, kind of creating a tribalography for their interests as storytelling and library making for their tribe, the Chickasaw Nation, and for more broadly the Southeastern history. And Irv did something about geo and marine sciences for Native American archaeology in the Southeast. He teaches that at UGA. And because he has a background in physics and the hard sciences, he's very interested in geophysics so that you can do examinations that reveal anomalies under the ground that you can study without having to excavate. Like if you're at a graveyard and you can identify the tomb shafts with ground-penetrating radar and magnetic resistance and so forth. So we made presentations about that, but we also, at this first Homeland Returns presentation, We heard from Amanda Roberts-Thompson and her husband, Victor Thompson. Amanda is director of collections in our really big state and region-wide archaeology lab. And Victor is overall director of the laboratory, and then he's also teaching faculty at UGA, teaches field school in archaeology. And both of them collaborate pretty closely with Muskogee Creek Nation, especially regarding burial remains that are governed by Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, NAGPRA. And at least in our lab at UGA, we're collaborating really closely. And since Amanda and Victor have been there within the last 5 years, we're especially active with Creek Nation's Tribal Historic Preservation Program. A little bit more about them in a moment because we heard from them too as part of our series. A second thing that we did in the spring of 2021 was to have 2 UGA faculty present about a springtime, Maymester we call it, but end of the regular semester, but beginning of the interim semester work where you can do things like travel and study abroad. Well, this was a study away program that our students at UGA did with 2 professors, one in English, Jeanette Romero, and the other in landscape design, Alfie Vick. And it was to introduce our students and do a short course about Cherokee communities. There's an eastern band of Cherokee in North Carolina. They never removed. They stayed out there, and they later got separate federal recognition. And then there's, of course, the Cherokee Nation here in Oklahoma and the Katua band as well that have separate recognition. And this course took our students and our 2 faculty to meet people in all of those communities. So it was driving in the east up from UGA into the mountains at Qualla Boundary and then over to Tahlequah to meet folks in the nation and in the Katua band. And those are just a couple of slides. Readings that Jeanette taught from Cherokee writers. Jeanette, by the way, is in Native Studies as well as teaching English. She's Filipina, comes from a tribal community, an island community in the Philippines. And Native and Indigenous Studies is strong in the Pacific regions, including the Philippines. And she's in our English department. We're very proud of her. There's also Alfie in landscape design. He's interested in natural landscapes as well as cultural landscapes, and really pulled this thing together in terms of the work in North Carolina and in Oklahoma both. And there's a picture from his presentation there of students from one of those spring trips at the New Katua Academy in Cherokee, North Carolina. And it's a language center that they're visiting. So like many of our tribes here in Oklahoma too, the Eastern Band is very much fostering native language revitalization and teaching programs for, amongst other things, for academic purposes. It's a strong interest also for professional study programs for our students going forward. One thing that Irv and I participated in that wasn't one of our planned programs, but that was an invitation that came out of just pulling this project together, was to present about our work and our interests with the Choctaw Nation's cultural virtual speaker series that they call Chada Tosholi. So that's a poster from that, and that's Megan Baker, who hosted us for a virtual presentation again in the spring of 2021. And so we started that grant in 2021. We thought we'd finish it by the fall, and we did quite a bit in the fall, but we continued a little further than that too. So one of the first things in the fall was to invite Margaret Roach Wheeler. She's Chickasaw textile artist, and she's a former colleague of mine from the Summer Arts Academy. And I was always wowed and impressed by the work that she did and the way she engaged her students to become textile artists too. There's one of her former students, Taloa Underwood. They're at a storefront in Sulphur where her line of designs and woven clothing and accessories is called Mahota, and named for a grandmother of hers. And it's a business that the Chickasaw Nation owns and operates, but that Margaret is the manager and chief designer, and she's brought a lot of her students to feature their design work too. And by the way, it's a place that you guys can visit too. I think it has relatively normal business hours, downtown Sulphur, but it's an example of the Chickasaw Nation also wanting to sponsor businesses that further the story of their tribe, or of people that work with someone from their tribe, Margaret in this case, and who want to feature emblems and designs of southeastern origin that speak so much to people like Margaret from the Chickasaw, the Choctaw Nations, and so forth. So that was one of our speaker series, and that's Margaret at her home and at her computer talking with us, and then also the slide of her and Toloa in Sulphur. We also did a program with our host tribe here, the Seminoles, with their cultural and historic preservation program. And David Frank pulled it all together, but he's not in the slide. He kind of took a back seat. He wanted Edwin Marshall to present. That's the gentleman in the red shirt. And also Jake Tiger. And Jake presented about his work as a cultural technician and archaeologist in program work that they do for the Seminoles. Edwin is kind of an elder advisor and a language speaker, and his tribal enrollment is actually Muskogee Creek, which, if you guys know about the tribes, it's very, very close to the Seminoles. The Seminoles and the Creeks speak very similar dialects, have very similar histories to the Muskogees. The way the Choctaw and Chickasaw are very similar in language and in historical experience and geographical experience. So Edwin was telling us stories about his prior work. He had been on tribal council for the Creek Nation, and before he took this job with the Seminoles. And I'll point out too in the background, it doesn't show clearly, but that picture in the background that the light's kind of blurring out is Osceola with his knife stabbing the removal treaty that the Indian agent was giving him back in the early 19th century, pre-Civil War. But Edwin told us a story about being on council for the Creeks, where he and other council members were invited to Georgia by the Georgia Department of Transportation for a highway project that was going to plow right through the old fields of Okmulgee National Monument Historic Site, the one I showed a slide of just a little bit ago. And it might have avoided some mounds, but it was still going to go through the old archaeological site, the old field home site of the Creeks. And they built that highway right up to the boundary of the park from the south. And Edwin and company, they all realized that, well, Georgia really wasn't planning to ask them whether this was smart or all right to do it. They were just going to do it. And he said they treated us very nicely, and but at the end of the day, we went home and we decided, no, we can't recommend this. We can't get behind this. You're going to be destroying our old homelands pretty directly in an old city site, and that highway never went through, never passed muster, even though Georgia had invested a lot of money and time in getting it ready. But in the consulting process, this is back in the 90s, they weren't thinking as proactively as they should have and as they probably would today. And they have a more productive relationship now with the state of Georgia too, according to Edwin. But at the time, they had to pull back and say, no, we can't back this, and we'll oppose this too. And our tribes, with their federal relationship to the federal government, have strings to pull in Washington too, that the Georgia DOT people probably just don't want to have to trouble with. So, but I like that story a lot too, and like the story that he's enrolled Muskogee Creek, former council member, but the Seminoles are bringing him on to have a language speaker and have a guy who has some experience on dealing with project work like that could benefit them. We had a really generous presentation from folks at the Muskogee Creek Nation. This is Raylyn Butler. There's the Okmulgee main mound on the title page for their presentation, and Raylan also brought in a number of collaborators, about 5 or 6 of her colleagues. I have some of their names up there with the slide. But the Muskogees are very active and very interested in things that we're doing at UGA because of our big anthropology collections. They're very active and interested in things like the roads that go and affect their historic properties in Georgia and surrounding regions. And they're interested to collaborate with us. They're interested to go back and forth, even sending groups of dancers and other people to present every fall at the Okmulgee National Monument when the Park Service hosts them. So, and by the way, I've spoken with Park Service people down there too, because I'm an old archaeologist. I speak with their archaeologists, and everybody talks about how much they value being able to talk with the Creeks about the properties there, what they mean to the nation, what the Creeks think they were used for, and why. And it's just a richer, more inventive collaboration when that goes on. It's just the way it should be. It's beyond land acknowledgement to a genuine engagement. So I also roped my wife Leanne into presenting along with Joshua Nelson at OU. He's a professor of film studies. He's in their English department too. He's also Cherokee Nation. He was the on-screen narrator for the PBS film that Leanne and Jim Fortier produced, and Josh pretty well got involved as a producer of it too. But the Searching for Sequoia documentary is certainly about Sequoia's impressive accomplishments as a linguist, as an Anompalichi, as Phil would put it, a word master. And he creates the syllabary that's just gone world famous now for us in America. That's a huge thing around the world, that he does that, creates a writing system for Cherokee language. Other Indian tribes have used that syllabary and adapted it to their own languages, including sometimes privately and not officially. I've heard from Mosiah Blue Cloud about folks writing letters in Kickapoo using the language, and why they took an interest in it because it was a native man that developed that. Anyway, Sequoia, the end of the film is about going to northern Mexico where Sequoia dies. And there's not a lot, or not as much known as the filmmakers thought perhaps should be, given his extraordinary accomplishments. And they find out that he's going to find his son, who's married a Kickapoo woman, who has settled in northern Mexico in the state of Coahuila, which is south of San Antonio, a couple of hours, across the Rio Grande at Piedras Negras, and you're in Coahuila. And not far from there, there's old settlements of Muskogees, Mezquis, the Mexican people call it, but Muskogo Negros, black Muskogees who were escaped slaves who came over to Mexico to escape slavery or worse in the United States. And also the Kickapoos came down from the Midwest and the upper Midwest, from areas like Wisconsin and Illinois, and settled in Mexico too, also fleeing the government. So somehow Sequoia's son meets a Kickapoo woman, marries, and settles down there. And Sequoia's on his way down there. He's an older man, and he dies once he's gotten there. Probably exposure and got a cold, and just his constitution wasn't strong enough to handle it. No nefarious foul play or something like that. But they think they found also the likely farm and area where he was buried. They're not talking a lot about that. They don't want people going down and trying to dig up his bones, but they believe they found more completely his story. And they were really pleased with how engaged people from Coahuila State and Mexico were with that story, and many of them figure in that film. And you guys can watch that too, no problem. I believe in YouTube, but you Google it, you'll find Searching for Sequoia. You'll find the film, PBS film. We also heard from the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Choctaw Nation, Ian Thompson. I don't have a big slide of him, but that's him working on a deer skin, scraping a deer hide He's using an old historic photo of a Choctaw guy doing that. Maybe in Mississippi rather than in Oklahoma. I'm not sure where that photo is set, but he does a lot of experimental archaeology and work with old-timey tools, and teaches Choctaw students and Choctaw people about that. He's a language speaker too. Ian is really the full package, and I'm very proud to learn about him and his work, and he gave us a marvelous presentation. We also made a presentation here, thanks to Jessica, and Mindy joined us too. I'm not sure Mindy's in the hall right now, but at any rate, we presented to Seminole State audiences, again via Zoom, in the fall of 2021, and Irv did his presentation work on remote sensing and non-disturbing sort of archaeology that you can do. I did more about Phil's work in the word master and living cultural sites. I want to point out that Irv is in his laboratory there. That's not a screen backdrop. That's where he keeps a lot of the samples that he gets from offshore sites and from terrestrial sites both. And so he's been doing this at UGA since the 1990s. He's a pretty impressive scholar, pretty impressive scientist. Another Homeland Returns presentation we did was with Jared Tate. I worked with Jared in the Summer Arts Academy for the Chickasaws. He's a classical composer, and there's an album that some of his students put together. Notice they're using the Chickasaw language too for the title. He's a very active teacher as well as performer in Native arts and Native music, and he's taking the genre of classical music and making it in Native form. Nice presentation for us. We also heard from Faye Yarbrough. Faye is not Native, but she's done a really smart history of the Choctaws during the Civil War and right after the Civil War, and she's looking at amongst other things, how and why the Choctaws were so engaged with the Confederacy. And while some of the Choctaw families were slaveholders, and that's an issue, that's a problem, Faye is also interested to look at how and why their participation in the Civil War nonetheless ends up with them achieving sovereignty that's still significant and useful today. The treaties of immediately after the Civil War create the sovereignty that Native nations in Oklahoma still have today, at least the southeastern tribes that fought with the Confederacy. And while there's a critique of the institution and the engagement with slavery, there's also the study about why the sovereignty that they got, partly because of their loyalty not just to the Confederates, but then their immediate willingness to be loyal to the Union, is a smart part of the story of why sovereignty is still significant from those 1866 treaties that they signed with the federal government after the war. And I'm always moved by my wife's stories of her uncles in World War II and why there were big Choctaw units in like World War I that were code talkers, and how her uncle in World War II set up an ad hoc sort of code talking unit in Sicily. And later in life, when I'd met her, she showed me news clippings from Bishknik, the tribal newspaper, of Uncle Schlish getting a French Croix de Guerre, or some Cross of War, some high honor that they give to someone who's not a French citizen for his efforts in World War II, because he also, after Italy, then went in the war with the troops to France and Germany ultimately. So good presentation by Faye. A final presentation that we had was from our colleagues and friends at Western Carolina University. This is the university that most of the college students that come out of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians go to. That's a picture of Miranda Panther, the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, especially for the NAGPRA program. Brett Riggs, who's a senior professor distinguished professor in Cherokee Studies at Western Carolina. He also features in the Searching for Sequoia film. And Ben Steer, we just have a little tile there up in the corner, but that shows the title slide for their presentation. He's the director of Cherokee Studies, and he's, of course, Eastern Band Cherokee himself. So that was a nice presentation for us at UGA to field, because I frankly feel like as a big research university in the Old Southeast, we don't do near enough. And I like the way that the Western Carolina University, a university very much like East Central University here in our area of Oklahoma, is very engaged with the Eastern Band of Cherokee in an educational program that uses language, history, and culture, and so forth. So I just want to say that the idea of native homelands and returns to native homelands are very much alive and well with communities that also take an interest in the state of Georgia, where I now live and work, and that we have an Institute of Native American Studies and a program too for that. And again, if anyone's interested, please do go to our site, inas.uga.edu, and you can certainly get my email from Jessica and folks here too. And I would probably pretty quickly put you in touch with James Owen, perhaps also my wife Leanne, who's interim director of this. But James is our guy for running the program actively day to day, and we'll get you more information about what we do. So that's it from me, and thank you very much. Thank you. I can take some questions if anyone wants to ask.
Do we have questions for Mr. Wilson? I have a question for you.
Okay.
What was your favorite thing that you did as NASA sponsor when you were here?
The favorite thing I did was what I alluded to early in that presentation, and that was to take our students out to tribal program offices around our area here. And I listed some of those tribes. We went to 8 or 9 of them over that year. I really enjoyed working with Todd, for instance, at the Seminole Nation. We had several meetings with him. I also very much liked, for example, what the Potawatomi Nation is doing with its raptor rehabilitation program. So the Potawatomis, and I'll leave it with that. I could talk about all of them, and I wrote a big paper about it, presented at a conference in the UK. But the Potawatomis have this focus on rehabilitating the bald eagles and other raptors too, because in their creation and origin story, they believe that the eagles bring their prayers to the Creator, especially at a time in their history in the remote past. They felt like they had issues, they had problems, and the eagle brought prayers that saved them. And so they identify with it. They like our presentation yesterday by Russ Tallchief, wearing the ceremonial regalia, including with an eagle feather on his top hat and an eagle wing fan. Native tribes like the Osage and like the Potawatomi can use these feathers in regalia, and it's illegal just to go out and get your own feathers. Okay, you don't go out and do that. And the Potawatomi do this in collaboration with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. They let the feathers on injured raptors that they rehabilitate and keep at the center. They let those feathers naturally molt off, and then they collect them when they're doing other maintenance and cleaning in the facilities for those raptors. And it was lovely to go see the birds. Some of them have lost a wing. Some of them have, like maybe they've ingested lead shot from carrion that they ate on the roadside, a dead animal or out in a field that got shot by a shotgun, and then they ate the meat and got lead poisoning. So maybe they have sight issues and that sort of thing. But it was marvelous to see those animals being rehabilitated and serving a purpose for the nation today. And also kind of goodwill ambassador work for groups like us coming from Seminole State. So I liked that a lot. And that was an example of the kind of thing that we could do here It's very much in your own backyard, and that shows also more broadly, as I hope I got across in the presentation, why our tribal communities make this an exceptional place, amongst other things, to do your studies, to do your training for professional work going forward in life. Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate it.
I would like to take a moment as we get ready for our next presenter to move the microphone and I want to say thank you to a bunch of people who have helped make this symposium a reality. This is our 9th symposium. We haven't been able to have one since 2018 was our last one that we were able to have for a variety of reasons, with COVID being one of those many reasons. So we are delighted for the return of our symposium. I just want to give a special thank you to our Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Amanda Esty, and Tina Morris out of the Academic Affairs Office. They're sponsoring our special guest speaker, Jim Wilson, and our keynote speaker from the other day, Rust Hall Chief. So really appreciate that and their support of our symposium that way. I also want to say thank you to the LAH division. We've got Lynette Ashley, Yasminda Cho, Dr. Andrew Davis, Andrea Dirth, Paul Uhaj, Kelly McBride, Robin Tyler, Jamie Worthley, Cynthia Bowie, Christopher Isaacs, Georgia Ledford, Laura Isaacs, all for helping with the symposium, with setting up tables, checking people in, making sure everything runs. We've got Michael Murray and our IT crew who's keeping everything running for us down here. We've got Brooks Nickel and Josh Hutton up in the light booth recording and doing our live streaming, and they did all of our promotional stuff for us as well. I'd like to thank Christy McKee for an SSC Custodial Services crew for cleaning everything up. We've got our Accounts Payable Office, Melanie Reinhart and Bobby Sampley, and then Student Services, Dr. Bill Knowles, with the advising and recruiting with Caitlin Brown and Brittany Hunsinger. They sent out all kinds of emails to area schools trying to get people to watch us, either in person or online. I want to thank the SSC Art Club for their display out in the foyer, Sigma Kappa Delta, Ted Hurt with Sooner Press, Mr. and Mrs. Bill Boudreau for generous donations to help us continue to have this symposium, Kay Wallace and SSC's Native American Serving Non-Tribal Institutions Grant, President Lana Reynolds and SSC Administrative Council, and then finally all of you guys for coming. So SSC students, staff, faculty, and all of our presenters for giving of their time. Many of them took time off of work to come down here and share with you all for no pay. And so I appreciate that so much from our presenters to come here and be so generous and willing to give of themselves to share with all of us at this symposium. So big round of applause for all of them and all of you. It's all yours, Mindy.
Good morning. Welcome to Howling and Yawping, right? Our next presenter is Sharon Edge Martin, who grew up in southeastern Oklahoma in a family of musicians, writers, and preachers. I think this is really funny. Her family expected her to become a gospel singer, so she became a teacher and writer instead. Sharon's most recent books are a poetry collection, Not a Prodigal, and a book of essays, I've Got the Blues, Looking for Justice in a Red State. She hosts a monthly poetry reading at Tidewater Winery and Drumright, and she is plotting her second novel in verse as her first one searches for a home. Welcome, Sharon.
Before I became a teacher, I was a full-time freelance writer, mostly writing for magazines, including the pulps with my fiction. And I taught my children how to read, and they both learned to read so differently. I went back to school to become a reading specialist. But I took a professional development about teaching poetry in the public schools. And this is my reaction. Relax, he said. Writing poetry is easy. This is the message we're to pass on to our students? What happened to the truth? Poetry tears at my throat, bursts like bubbles in my veins, strains my heart. What rewards for this harsh labor? New roads laid down, fascinating journeys. Lines on the topo map of my brain show where I've traveled. They are proof I have wrapped my soul around an idea, brought it back as a souvenir from my long quest. Home again, everything is easier to understand. So, how many of you are writers? A few, okay. This is my advice for writers. Writers observe, they listen, experience, daydream, take chances. Writers read, this is non-negotiable. And of course, writers write. Original sin. I woke from a dream thinking of Pandora, of how she was warned to stifle her curiosity. And Eve, two tales with the same warning that knowledge is dangerous, that we should leave the gods and the men who speak for the gods in control. Pandora, according to the myth, brought hope to the world. And Eve is not only the mother of the world, but like mothers everywhere, our first teacher. Like Pandora and Eve, the brave persist in their pursuit of knowledge. Slaves were whipped for learning to read, but they carried on in secret schools. Malala was shot in the head, but still refused to stop learning. Ruby walked the gauntlet just to enter the schoolhouse doors. Knowledge. Those in power treat it like nuclear capabilities, fear that it will fall into the wrong hands. Stay curious. Knowledge belongs to everyone. And I'm going to read the first two chapters from my completed novel in verse. It was originally called Accordion Girl, and my husband told me that nobody would read a book about a girl who played the accordion. He was right about the title. It was the wrong one. It's called Finding Joy. So, chapter 1, Why I Have to Go. Ransom told me about his first boyfriend when he was 12, Jody. He and Jody would walk through the cemetery holding hands. Ransom would come home smiling, but later, after he had time to think, he'd cry himself to sleep. He asked me if I thought he was crazy to like boys that way. I told him, no, I like boys that way too. Jody and his parents left town after someone carved an F on his forehead. F for fag. Ransom didn't do much hand-holding after that. He didn't go out for sports, but he could sure talk cars. He started a lawnmower service, took engines apart and pieced them together again, wore the grease under his fingernails for protection. Newberry Oaks followed Ransom to the cemetery last Monday. Cemeteries where Ransom walks, where he spends time with nothing but ghosts, his aloneness, and the occasional Oaks boy bent on trouble. Newberry's sneaky, keeping to the shadows of his namesake trees, but he wasn't sneaky enough. When I caught up, he says, whatever you're about to do to me won't do no good. You can't always be there to protect your fag brother. I shrugged, even though my heart threatened to split wide open between fear and hate. My voice didn't shake when I said it. Anything at all happens to Ransom, I tell the sheriff I saw who burned down the Wilsons' barn Saturday night. And in case you have any ideas about me, Dad saw too. Don't think you can shut the preacher up. Who'll believe a girl who plays accordion on the corner, Newberry said. But I saw the look in his eyes and knew my hunch about the barn burner was right and that Ransom was safe for now. I remember when you started smiling again. I always wanted you to be happy. I wanted you to have what I don't, friends. Someone besides a big, fierce sister, even if that sister loves you as much as Mama did. Am I jealous? Maybe. Mostly, I'm afraid. I was always the good one. I don't even know how to kiss a boy. Oh, I know the mechanics of sex and making babies and all that. You'd be surprised what you can learn at the library. You're good too, Ransom. Too good. Every unfairness makes you mad. I remember how you used to invite every lonely kid home and Mom would feed you both. How you'd feed every stray dog until Dad hauled them to the country and we'd both be heartbroken. Then you met him, the skinny trustee who sat in the front row every Sunday. He said amen in all the right places, but he wasn't looking at Dad or hearing the sermon. He was watching you and the guards and waiting for his chance. I know that now. I wish I'd known it then. We sang in country churches and on street corners and homeless shelters and nursing homes, but what was Dad thinking taking us to the prison every Sunday? Even a plain girl like me lugging an accordion must have looked good to those poor men. Your beauty, though, flew like a flag. Skinny got released. He was smart enough to stay out of Dad's sight, but I saw you two drinking coffee at McDonald's like pals. Business, you said, when I mentioned it, and I pretended to believe. You were always better than me at defying Dad. Better than me at believing his sermons, too. A puzzle. Dad always said I asked too many questions. You had a little money, enough to take your token girl Elizabeth to the movies. Dad says movies are a tool of Satan. How would I know? I was afraid to go. You took me out to the truck stop for chicken fry, so proud to ask for the bill, to leave a tip. You hardly ate a thing. I even saw you and one of those stinking Oaks boys drinking a beer. I should have known something was wrong. I had no idea what it was until Dude Stewart died. Overdose. Heroin. Where does a rancher's kid get heroin? Why does a preacher's kid with money in his pocket disappear? You always talked about Tulsa, about sleeping at the Mayo Hotel. Is that where you are now? I remember how Dude looked in his coffin. Dad preached the funeral, told Dude's mother she'd see him again at the pearly gates. Mostly I remember how his mother looked, like she'd lost everything. It was the same look I saw on your face at Mama's grave. I'd pray for us both if I thought it would do any good. But my faith in prayer died with Mama. My belief in anything else disappeared with you. It's my senior year. I was counting on that valedictorian tuition waiver, college, and escape so close. But Mama's dead. Dad's in denial. I don't really have a choice, little brother. I'm coming to find you. Chapter 2. Almost daylight. Told Dad I was leaving early for choir practice. Every liar starts somewhere. Must put distance between me and Atoka, between me and home. Someone's bound to call Dad when they figure out I'm absent. I have an hour or two. Coach Davis gets so caught up in history stories he forgets to take roll till Miss Jackie reminds him he didn't send the lunch count. In second hour English, Ms. M will notice. She likes Dad's way with words. He's charmed her and half the other women in Atoka. Don't they know Pentecostal preachers are all charm and no money? Poor widower. He'll be married just south of a year. Sooner wouldn't be appropriate. Cool air rushes in the open door. Hear Dad's deep snore and guilt twangs in my chest like an out-of-tune guitar. Dad's a survivor. I tell myself that you are too, but doubt speaks louder than hope. Made it to Stringtown on the back roads in a couple of hours. Breakfast rush at the truck stop, afraid somebody might recognize me, but I have to stop for a map and maybe a ride. Blisters on both heels. Wish I'd grabbed a pair of your socks, but they look so ugly with a skirt, and I don't have any of my own. No socks of my own. Mom always said we may be a strange people, but we don't have to be strange looking. But here I am, sockless, in my Pentecostal uniform. We recognize each other in our denim skirts, sneakers, and elaborate hair. Sneak into the restroom without running into anyone I know. Wrap toilet paper around my blistered heels, temporary relief. The bacon and coffee smells fill my mouth with saliva. On my way out, I grab a plastic spoon from the coffee station and a couple packets of honey to go with the peanut butter in my backpack. Feel like a thief. Outside, scout out the trucks, see what I'm looking for. A cattle transport with a Texas tag. Maybe I could hitch a ride to the stockyard in McAllister. Must be brave enough to ask. I see him before he sees me. Handsome, like Dad, skin the color of Mama's coffee. I start toward his truck, but when he looks my way, sees me walking toward him, he shakes his head no, turns away, but not before I see fear on his face. Now, why would anyone be afraid of me? Now I've lost my nerve. Maybe I should buy some Band-Aids and socks and walk on. How long would it take to walk to Tulsa? Yep, that's crazy girl talk, but I have to get out of Stringtown before someone recognizes me. I hobble down the road that runs along the highway, going out of my way to avoid the traffic, thinking maybe I'm going out of my way to avoid a ride. A mile or so from the truck stop, I veer back to the highway. I haven't walked 20 feet before a truck pulls to the shoulder. I want to run away. Instead, I walk to the truck, climb onto the step, and open the door. I smile when I see who it is. "You've changed your mind," I say, and slam the door shut behind me. He doesn't answer, just points to a first aid kit and pulls back onto the road. I peel off my shoes, pull skin away with the tissue, and dress the blisters with a packet of ointment and nonstick pads. I should be embarrassed, but I'm not. "Thanks," I say when I put the kit away. "I'm Joy. Glad to meet you." He doesn't tell me his name, and I don't ask. Finally, he speaks. "I thought you were offering your services until I saw you limp away." "Services? Oh. I reckon you're running away, and I reckon I'm going to regret stopping." I lean back, my pack snug against my ankles. I don't aim to be any trouble. I love this highway, the hills on one side, valleys on the other. I like the music on the radio, music Daddy won't let me listen to. And I like the way he turns the music down if either of us has something to say. We are almost to Kiowa before I ask what he's afraid of. His face gets hard, his lips clamp together. "It's okay, I'm afraid too. Afraid someone will stop me from finding my brother. Afraid I'm too late. Afraid of what I don't know." He says, "If you're black and gay in the South, you don't need any other reasons to be afraid." Oh, again. I tell him my brother is gay, that he's run off with an ex-con. He pats my hand, hanging on to me until he has to shift gears. "Are you sure you'll be okay?" He asked me at least 5 times between Savannah and McAllister. I wasn't sure, but I told him every time I was. I got out my map and figured out where I wanted to go. He drove 5 miles out of his way to take me there, and he insisted I take the first aid kit. As I watched him drive away, I thought, no, that wasn't so bad, was it? Freedom. I feel guilty because it feels so good.
All right, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Rob Wrench is the author of a collection of stories, The Wildflowers of Baltimore, a novella, The World in the Zoo, which is absolutely fantastic. If you don't have a copy, shame on you. Fix that immediately. And a novel, In the Morning, The City is the Prairie, which is forthcoming. He teaches in Oklahoma City University, and he directs the Red Earth MFA. Please help me welcome Rob Wrench.
Classes change at about 10 minutes.
10:45, then the next bus starts at 11.
Okay,
Everybody just hold tight, watch you, listen.
I'll just read a few pages. It's great. So hello, everybody. So thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Paul. For putting this together. This is wonderful. So I'm Rob. I teach at Oklahoma City University. I work with the Red Earth program, the graduate program of creative writers. And what I'm going to read, I'll just read a few pages here. This is a story. I grew up in Massachusetts, in small town Massachusetts, so very similar from here and very different from here, obviously. But this is a story about high school basketball. So it's kind of a weird story. You'll get a hang of it. It's just a few pages. This is a coach who has kind of screwed up his life by caring about only basketball and nothing else. His wife and his child has left him, and this year he's sort of trying to fix himself, and he's alone. And this story takes the form of his notes that he gives after each game. So you'll understand. But I'll just read the end of it. At Narragansett, loss 59-42, record 9-5. Some nights nothing goes your way, and there's nothing to say. The sky blue profile of the eagle on the wall does not have a soul. Jack, our point, dribbles directly off the foot of the kid with the wrist brace, and the ball boinks away at an angle into their center's gut. Tall Ethan gathers the made free throw to inbound, winds up, and hurls the ball into the back of the backboard. And it thwacks down into the ref's face. Hutch fires up his usual perfect arc, an air ball. Gabriel tries to dunk down 15 with a minute left and jams it into the corner of the rim. After, Jack is inconsolable. He sits hunched on the bench in the locker room with his knuckles pressed on his temples. I sit with him. He's vibrating. When my son was an infant, the only way to calm his screaming was to squeeze him tightly into my breastbone. I put my hand on the back of Jack's neck and grip. It's okay, I say. He sucks in a breath. It's not, he says. Out in the night are flurries we will sail through to our homes. At Townsend, win 60-46, record 11-5. The instant the game ends and we are qualified for districts, I'm thrown into the future, and I see the season compressed into the name of our town on one line, on one column of one page, in the back of a Thursday Lowell Sun sports section, listing the Class 3A high school boys' basketball seedings. Home to my empty house, I get into bed and stare into the ceiling forever. Everyone alive lives through every day and every night. Everyone I know and love is, at this second, either awake or dreaming. I can see tall Ethan at work on a set of math problems. He's an honor roll student. I never taught him. As a freshman, he was already more advanced than the basic math classes I am tasked with. He's sitting in a dark dining room in a dark house with the only one light on overhead. He is neither frustrated nor happy. He moves his pencil deliberately. I can see Jack, up late playing video games, wandering through ruins with an enormous gun, sitting cross-legged on the carpet in a white room accented by gold and brass. His coat is still outstretched above him on the white couch where he tossed it when he'd walked into the room. His little sister is asleep under the coat. An empty glass of orange juice is on the coffee table. He hasn't eaten anything. His mother is arguing on the phone in the kitchen. I can see Hutch sleep. He snores richly. He has forgotten to set his alarm. Gabriel is reading. His room is dark, but he has set his phone to the flashlight and placed it by his ear. He is chewing on his lip. I can't see what he's reading. I get out of bed and write a letter to my son. I tell him about the falling snow outside my window that vanishes when it touches the earth. I ask about his days. Versus Quabbin, win 61-60, district first round. Here is the play that won the district playoff game. Down to 5 seconds left, I call our last timeout after Jack had the ball swiped out of bounds. He comes to the huddle whining about getting hit on the arm, looking around wildly, but not spotting the ref, luckily, because who knows what he would have said. And I get my hand on the back of his neck. Focus, I say. He wants the ball in the inbound, of course. But he doesn't do more than frown and hop when I draw up for Hutch to come around a down screen and then fade on the opposite side for the look at the three. It's not a bad idea. They've been under screens all night. The whistle chirps for start of play, and then in one breath, the team is up and across the threshold onto the bare stage of the floor. It's a moment when you know the future is opening its eyes to watch. Our gym is packed and not quiet, like a forest full of hidden birds. Once the ref delivers the ball, time changes. It's not slow motion. It's like everything has already happened. The ball goes into Gabriel first, as it was drawn, but their two wings fly to double Hutch coming around, and there's no pass to be made. One heartbeat. Gabriel takes one dribble, then is up for the only possible shot. Like a gunshot, it thwacks down in off the back of the rim, and the crowd erupts, and we win. I've seen the video of myself leaping and hooting in celebration. Hutch is pressed into my side, both arms wrapped around my belly like he's about to lift me up. At Sefton Hill, loss, 72-56, district quarterfinal. In the moments after the buzzer that marks the season-ending loss, I shake the hand of the other coach, who is gruff, play-acting serious respect. There is sweat on his neck. After, I glance around the gym because I am trying to stop drifting away from shore by looking at it hard enough. There's a kid on the bleachers struggling to work himself out of the straps of the bass drum he holds like a second stomach. He is noble and ridiculous like a turtle. Their cheerleaders, sparkling yellow and black numbers on their cheeks, dart bird-like in and out of the crowd in twos and threes, so quick they will never die. Their scorer, a whip of a shooter on his way to Fitchburg State, leans on himself for a moment under the basket, breathing open-mouthed, exhausted. They'll win district easy, and who knows from there. I try to catch his eye to nod, but the only part of the world that matters to him now is in the future. I descend into the locker room, let the door whoosh close behind me. The atmosphere is familiar, like any locker room, thick radiator heat, steam and sweat, the tang of the bleach that keeps things clean. It was the same when I played, it was the same last year, and it will be the same next year when most of my players will be gone. In this moment, the team is still together, a unit for the last time, before they become a photograph in a glass case. They sit together in a line on the bench, thigh to thigh, soaked through and dripping, looking up at me, waiting for a word. They believe their lives are inextricably connected, but they don't understand how lives can intersect but not intertwine, how individual lines continue on their own way, separate, out toward infinity. Here's what I say. It's important to give your best to each other, and you did. It wasn't good enough, but it was worth it. And something I've never said before. I want you to know, next week, next month, in your life, you can count on me. You can always count on me. When I was young, I was like a wing. I was a wing like Gabriel, though I was never near as fast. I had perhaps a slightly more reliable jump shot, one I could take driving in toward either elbow, jerk to a stop, then rise up into. I practiced the exact shot thousands and thousands of moments in the dusty center of summer, on snow day afternoons when I'd shovel out the driveway and shoot alone into and through the darkness until my fingers were numb. I remember each time I began my motion into the shot, how right it felt, how my body and my arms and my hands were of a piece with my mind and my wishes. Every shot I made was a blessing. Every miss, what I am only now prepared to receive as a revelation. That's it.
Thank you so much for that, Rob. And I would highly recommend any of you creative writers considering a transfer institution. They've got a great program for the MFA program, Red Earth program at Oklahoma City University, where Rob is the director of that program. Lots of good people to network here from lots of different universities and colleges. So take advantage of us while we're here. We're going to take a break and reconvene back in here at 11 for Rick Riley. Thank you, guys.
Waited, and then I will turn the microphone over to Paul Uhaj, who's going to introduce our next presenter.
But first, I'm going to hijack the microphone. Hi, I'm Mindy Cho, and the Language Arts and Humanities Division is led by our division chair, Jessica Isaacs, and Howlers and Yawpers is Jessica's baby. So we just wanted to make sure that she understands how much we appreciate her leadership and guidance in this. So Jessica, thank you so much for being here.
Well, I saw the pretty flowers, and I was hoping they were mine. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. But it certainly can't come together without everybody's help. So thank you guys. All right, Paul, come on down.
Okay. Our next presenter is Rick Riley. Essayist and songwriter, is from Cushing, Oklahoma, in Payne County. He has 2 recordings to his credit, Unwashed, Unplugged, Unrehearsed in 2002, and Mud and Bone in 2011. He's since recorded many more songs, and as soon as he can remember which digital file they're hidden in, he'll release another. He wrote a weekly column for the Show and Tell Times for 43 years, and currently writes about Oklahoma talent for the Oklahoma Corridor magazine. Please join me in welcoming my friend, Rick Riley.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. The title of this presentation is Life, Love, and Death with a 12-string. And part of life is politics. And this is a song I wrote about 25 years ago that seems to be sort of evergreen. It's called Too Many Cooks. Too many cooks in the kitchen, arguing over their favorite recipes. Too many cooks in the kitchen, and we got nothing to eat. Too many people talking, nobody listening to a word. Even Christ himself has trouble being heard. Too little, too late, too much, too soon. Leaves a hungry world howling in the dark of a bitter moon. Bitter moon. Too many people driving way too fast. Don't know where they're going, and they never bother to ask. Too much talk about money, not near enough common sense. It makes even the tame horse want to go out and jump the fence. Too little, too late, too much, too soon. Leaves a hungry world howling in the dark of a bitter moon. Bitter moon. Too many cooks in the kitchen, arguing over their favorite recipes. Too many cooks in the kitchen, we got nothing to eat. Too many cooks in the kitchen, we got nothing to eat. Thank you, thank you. And I've written a few songs about the subject of love. This one's called Valentine. I wrote it for my Valentine a few years back. This old heart is all I've got. Ain't got no limo in the parking lot. And all my numbers have been forgotten by the folks down at the lottery. But she still loves me. I've often done the best I could. Sometimes friends and family didn't understood. And things haven't always turned out so good, that's very plain to see. And she still loves me. Why she stays is a mystery, 'cause there's really not much here to see. And I'm all I'm ever gonna be. And she still loves me. I've had success in other ways. I've seen lots of bright and sunny days. Made friends of strangers and brought home strays to put under the Christmas tree. And she still loves me. Why she stays is a mystery, 'cause there's really not much left here to see. And I'm all I'm ever gonna be. And she still loves me. She still loves me. She still loves me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here's one about trying to earn my keep. I'm just trying to earn my keep. Keep a roof overhead and some food to eat. And once in a while get a little bit of sleep. I'm just trying to earn my keep. I'm just trying to earn my keep. I'm just trying to keep myself sane, warm and dry and out of the rain. I love pleasure, but I'm drawn to pain. I'm just trying to keep myself sane. I'm just trying to keep myself sane. It's a mad world, it's a pleasure dome, a crazy little place that we call home. Twisted tight as a dollar watch, just waiting to come unwound. It feels like we're living upside down. We're just trying to pay our way, breath by breath and day by day, and hope nothing comes and blows it all away. I'm just trying to pay my way. We're just trying to pay our way. I'm just trying to hold on to whatever it is that binds me to you. And you're just trying to hold on to. You're just trying to hold on to. We're just trying to hold on to. It's a mad world, a pleasure dome, this crazy little place that we call home. twisted tight as a dollar watch, just waiting to come unwound. Feels like we're living upside down. We're just trying to walk upright. Every day shed a little bit of light. And hold on through the darkest night. I'm just trying to walk upright. I'm just trying to walk upright. I'm just trying to earn my keep. Keep a roof overhead and some food to eat. And once in a while get a little bit of sleep. I'm just trying to earn my keep. 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 Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's another part of life is raising children, even when you least expect it. And this is the view of life from a 5-year-old boy. Well, daddy's in jail and mama's in rehab. Well, she would be if she'd admit her faults. But she spends her time cussing my granny, who's taking care of us kids with everything she's got. This is my life, this is my childhood. It seems pretty normal to me, but I got friends who say I'm the lucky one, 'cause they're being raised by strangers, you see. Is this the end of evolution? Sometimes my granny wonders if she's gonna be strong enough to keep us all from going under. Granny keeps us well fed, takes us to the doctor, reads us stories and makes sure we get walks through the park. She spends her time taking good care of us, while mom and daddy are out there somewhere wandering around in the dark. Is this the end of evolution? Sometimes my granny wonders if she's gonna be strong enough to keep us all from going under. This is my life, this is my childhood. Mama takes good care of my cousin and me. This is my life, this is my childhood. Mom and Daddy are gone and Granny's knocking on wood. Mom and Daddy are gone and Granny's knocking on wood. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. There's loss is also a part of life. And my significant other and I, DJ up there, we've been friends for 50 years. And when we were married, we married people that we loved. which is amazing. And they both preceded us in death. And when, after her husband died, I began to think about the important people in your life. You know how important they are to you, but you never know how important they were to you until you're gone, and then you begin to think, God, I didn't do enough. I didn't pay close enough attention. And I don't think anybody ever does. And this song is called This Side of the Line, and I'm going to send that out with thoughts of Dorothy Alexander, who left us, I guess, yesterday. Suddenly I'm stopped. It'll come to me. I hope. What is the problem here? All right. This side of the line. We drink our coffee black on this side of the line. We call ourselves the keepers of the flame. Long walks in evening shadows, and the knowledge settles in that not a single thing will ever be the same. This side of the line. We smoke our cigarettes at the first light of morning. That's how it's done this side of the line. Trying to recall in the ways we are accustomed how it came to pass, the blind are leading the blind. This side of the line. You drank your coffee black when you were here beside us, but we never really paid attention like we should. At this late stage, we'll take comfort wherever we can find it, just like any cowardly lion would. This side of the line. But the truth is, we're never sure, even when we think we're certain. We just take it on faith and hope we've picked the right curtain. On this side of the line. Since you've been gone, we've suffered no illusions that we could ever fill your empty shoes between us. It's too much to ask, an immensely foolish task, a comical proposal for anyone who's seen us this side of the line. The truth is, we're never sure, even when we think we're certain. We take it on faith and hope we've picked the right curtain. On this side of the line, we drank our coffee black. On this side of the line, we call ourselves the keeper of the flame. long walks in evening shadows, and the knowledge settles in that not a thing will ever be the same. This side of the line, this side of the line, on this side of the line. Thank you, you're too kind. The mud and bone, bone and mud, untold stories, red, red blood, all beneath the earth and moon, mud and bone in the afternoon. Mud and bone, dirt and dust, secrets shared with iron and rust, all beneath the earth and moon, mud and bone in the afternoon. Dance beneath the quiet dirt, mingle tales of love and hurt, love and hurt, hurt and woe, mud and bone in the afterglow. Dust and dirt, mud and bone, we come into this world alone, and we'll exit single file, dancing down that glory aisle. Dance beneath the quiet dirt, mingle tales of love and hurt, hurt and woe, mud and bone in the afterglow. Mud and bone, here and gone, you live your life and you move along. The graveyard hums a steady tune, mud and bone in the afternoon. The graveyard hums a steady tune, mud and bone in the afternoon. I spent a lot of times wandering through cemeteries, wondering about all those people who were dead and buried, dead and gone, and they took their stories with them, so many secrets, and I think they tell them to each other after dark. How are we doing on time, Mr. Paul? Here is another love song. This is called "That's the Way Love Works." So if anybody wants to know how it works, this is how it is, and you can stop studying it. Well, that's the way love works. It feels so fine and then it hurts, but that's how you know it's working, 'cause it feels so good when it quits hurting. You gotta keep your options open and wear them like a good luck token. Next time you jump, you just might take off and fly like the eagles through the wind. And someday all the pieces just might fit, and you can finally make some sense of it. Yeah, that's the way love works. It feels fine and then it hurts, but that's how you know it's working, 'cause it feels so good when it quits hurting. Thank you. I think I will wind up here with there's a song that's called Be a Light That Shines. And I wish I could always be a light that shines, but I'm always looking for a light that shines. And so this is just one of those lessons. When the darkness comes and life turns unkind, be a light that shines. When fear is in the air and doubt is everywhere, be a light that shines. Now when you're faced with ignorance and disturbed minds, be a light that shines. Just try to remember that it takes all kinds, and be a light that shines. Be a light that shines. Be a light that shines. When the world is in despair and needs someone to care, be a light that shines. Yeah, life is full of wonder, even in troubled times, so be a light that shines. Be a candle in the dark, light someone else's spark. Be a light that shines. Be a light that shines. Be a light that shines. When the world is in despair, be the one who cares. Be a light that shines. Be a light that shines. Be a light that shines. I'll be yours if you'll be mine. Be a light that shines. Be a light that shines. Be a light that shines. I'll be yours, you can be mine. Be a light that shines. Be a light that shines. One more here. This is a song called Going to Golgotha. This is about the people who were certain they were right in executing a certain guy. Going to Golgotha, the law is on our side. Going to Golgotha, to see him crucified. He spends time with worthless people, claims he's God inside. Going to Golgotha to see him crucified. He must be crazy. Turn the other cheek, he said. Going to Golgotha, we'll all be safer when he's dead. Strange people with strange ideas. We don't need that kind around here. Our faith is not yet strong enough to counteract our fear. Some say he'll come back to life, but that's a dangerous view. Going to Golgotha, we may have to crucify them too. He must be crazy. Love your enemy, he said. Yeah, we're going to Golgotha. The world will be safer when he's dead. Going to Golgotha, the law is on our side. Going to Golgotha to see him crucified. Thank you very much. I think I'm through. I appreciate all of you being here. And from the lyrics from another song of mine, The Kansas Painter. It's an old man gave me some advice once. He said, so take your art and stand your ground. Yeah, take your art, stand your ground, and be what you intend, unless you think God gave you life to be ordinary men. And the next verse says, take your art and stand your ground, though it might get awfully scary, unless you think God gave you life to just be ordinary. Thank you very much.
All right, our next reader, unfortunately, was Ron Wallace, and he cannot be with us today because he's still recovering from surgery. So what I'm going to do is give you a taste of Ron Wallace by reading a handful of his poems. Pretend I'm wearing a cowboy hat. And we'll start with Waiting on Rain. Black cattle crowd the corner of a green pasture under a gray sky, while I sit on a rail fence, boot heels hooked to hold me here, to this little piece of earth waiting to watch it rain. I know way too many people who never watch it rain, who never feel the wetness soak through clothes and touch the skin, They read too many books without ever seeing dragons that fly across the chapters, without feeling lovers' hearts breaking on the page. They walk down streets and never see the kids in the backyard playing ball, or the bum on the bench, bottle in a sack. Selective sight, their world is one familiar blur. There are wildflowers growing in the field beside the highway. This one's called I Hear Walt Whitman Whistling. Wind whispers autumn in the language of leaf and tree, a walking tune to carry in the ear down broken roads or over woodland paths, lit by shorter suns growing colder. There in the short bright sunshine, in the gray squirrels barking chatter, in the wild November geese, I hear Walt Whitman whistling. And in poems written in ghost white contrails on deep blue pages, punctuated by the high spiral of hawks, I find his voice reciting song. Tomorrow, it says, days will warm, the world will spin, clouds turn into rain, and time will hang on the stars for poets to rhyme and minstrels sing. And Ron is an irrecoverable baseball fan. So I'm going to read 2 baseball poems that frame a season. We'll start with spring training. Pitchers and catchers stir as sun lights the longer days on fire. But still, February hangs high in the gray like a big league pop-up. I sense the shortstop moving underneath the ball at its pinnacle, waving off the second baseman, ready to glove the easy out. Soon April will echo with ash striking stitched white horsehide. New gloves will sing leather melodies, lace stretching, popping like rifle fire as arms unlimber, shaking off winter's snow. And I become a boy again. This one's called October Baseball. September games always seem to count for more than those played in spring and early summer. The first 8 innings always go by smooth enough. Plenty of hits, a few misses, some easy runs, a good lead well built. But in this small ballpark, no amount of runs is ever safe. A seeing eye single between short and third, a blooper off a broken bat, and there you are. 1 2-run homer away from a blown close. A good season comes undone without even a chance to play a little baseball in October. And I'm going to read one from Renegade. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm pretty sure if Ron was here, he'd read this one. It's called Cicadas, or Cicadas, depending on where you were raised. What is it here? Cicadas? Is that? Okay, cicadas. There's the New Englander in me coming out. Cicadas. I was thinking summers and cicadas go together alliteratively and in nature. I like them both. Maybe I'll write about them. Then I remember Billy Collins going on a rant about cicadas. Everyone writes about cicadas, he said. He was sick of reading the word, he said. He couldn't read another poem with a cicada in it, he said. Damned Yankee, I thought. Mark Twain said, write what you know. I thought, I'm from Oklahoma. I know cicadas. Screw Billy Collins. John Galsworthy said, write what interests you. I thought, I'm from Oklahoma. Cicadas interest me. Sort of. Screw Billy Collins. So I decided I'd write about cicadas in summer, but mostly cicadas. Screw Billy Collins. There would be a summer of cicadas, with cicadas singing cicada songs. I would praise the much maligned cicada. There would be cicadas in the trees, cicada husks on barn doors, cicadas here, cicadas there, cicadas effing everywhere you look. And I would title it Ode to Cicadas, like Wordsworth or maybe Percy Shelley. It would be a grand tribute to cicadas. I would read it aloud. I think it said cicada 20 some odd times. The word was humming in my head like the damned creature itself up in the trees. All I could hear was cicada, cicada, cicada. I paused. Cicada, cicada, cicada. One of the other things Ron has done for the Oklahoma writing communities, he came up with this anthology a couple years back called Bull Buffalo and Indian Paintbrush, the Poetry of Oklahoma. So I'm going to read my selection in here, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jessica. She's going to read a couple from there, and then I'll come back up and read something else. So my poem in here is called Oklahoma Considered. And for my students who are currently here, you heard the lobster joke bit before. David Foster Wallace tells us we should consider the lobster. And we should, but not for the reason he says. Instead, we should marvel that this creature, this armored, weaponed monster from the deep, is something we eat. How in the actual hell did that happen? How unaccountable that someone in the long ago saw a lobster, hideous, bottom-feeding fiend, and said, I'm going to draw some butter and eat that mofo, rather than worrying about the safety of his children, of his friends and family, and of his very soul. And while we're on the subject, consider blue cheese. How did that happen? At least the lobster is an animated living thing, but blue cheese? A disk of piebald rot? Who the hell first thought, I wonder if that festering circle of decay is tasty? It must have been a bet. I'll hold my beer and watch this moment. Or consider the coconut. Such a perfect food, really. The antioxidant-rich water inside is perfect for rehydration. The milk silky and rich. If you chip off a piece of its woolly shell, you can use that as a utensil to scrape out the coconut's luscious meat. The coconut, when you consider it, is a self-contained place setting, a perfect nugget the world has created to feed us, and then placed in a tree 70 feet tall with no branches. There's instruction in such things. The world will nourish you in unanticipated forms, in unpredictable ways, and at unexpected times. This lesson strikes me as I stand beneath an endless sky and consider Oklahoma. After a 22-year marriage has been drained of all love, as I stand exiled from an old garden in search of a new, I do not marvel that it is this land I'm drawn to. Not New Haven, where I was born and raised. Not Texas, where I've lived for 15 years. Not Pennsylvania, the false Eden from which I am now banished. But Oklahoma, a land I've visited maybe a dozen times at most. Here the wind acknowledges suffering, whispers healing and defiance. I will fill my lungs with it. Here the warmth enfolds, embraces, rejuvenates. I shall let it burn my skin. Here the red earth absorbs pain like a sponge. I shall offer it my sweat, take it beneath my fingernails. Here I sense a spirit. I nod to it, and it nods to me. Be at peace, it tells me. And I let that peace flow through me, filling me with hope, erasing doubt until the only question left to consider is where in Oklahoma can I get a good lobster? Preferably in a coconut cream sauce. The dressing I'd like on my salad should be obvious.
Thank you for that, Paul. Many of the presenters that have been at the symposium, in fact, have poems published in this book that Ron Wallace put together. So again, just want to really thank Ron for his championing of Oklahoma poetry. I'm going to read my poem that's in this book, and then I'm also going to read Dorothy Alexander's poem that was in this book. And of course, this morning we opened with a tribute to Dorothy, who passed on yesterday and was a great poetry mentor to many of us and a good friend in the community. So I'm going to put her picture up on the screen, and then I'll read my poem out of Ron's book and then her poem out of Ron's book. Maybe I won't put her picture up on the screen. It's disappeared. There's Miss Dorothy. Always had that red hat everywhere she went. So, this is my poem from Ron's book called Dumplings. Now it was just a memory of broth, flour, and sunshine sifting through her kitchen curtains and landing on her hands. Nanny was teaching us, her eldest granddaughters, how to make chicken and dumplings on her propane stove. First, you must flour your hands, she said. And I remember the June wind fluttering through her yellow cotton curtains like dragonflies as we scattered the flour across our hands, smearing it across our tea towel aprons and getting it in our hair. Don't forget the Crisco, she warned, scooping out the measure by hand. You got to get down in there and get a lot of Crisco and salt, she said. You always need more salt than you think. Now, girls, flour that counter, flour your rolling pins, work it in, make the dough thin, but not too thin, she corrected, sprinkling us with her laughter as we floured the counter next to her kitchen sink, where she used to lay us out to wash our hair years ago when we were much smaller. And now, we rolled out the dough together, Nanny's hands showing us how to create nourishment from nothing, loving us as she dropped bits of dough into boiling broth, teaching us to feel the tender pull of the dough, the right time of the boil, as light and warm as the June sun. And this is Dorothy Alexander's poem from Bull Buffalo, the collection that Ron Wallace put together. I asked my father to sing. At the Senior Living Center, I asked my father to sing us a song. He sits up straight like a schoolboy and begins an old Jimmy Rogers tune, Just Waiting for a Train. Now, I've never been 1,000 miles from home without a penny to my name, never been kicked off a train in Texas, nor slept out in the rain, but I like to hear him singing in his quavering old voice. When he sees my tears, he reaches for his harmonica and says, "Let's have something cheerful. How about an Irish jig?" If my mother were still alive, she would shake her head and say, "He never could carry a tune." Thank you.
All right, I'm going to close out the slot by reading 3 poems of my own. First one is from Ronan, which is back there. Shameless plug. And it's called Vectors. I picked this because Ron, it's a baseball poem. And since I'm filling Ron's slot, it seemed appropriate. So here we go. Vectors. My sons cannot stop laughing at it. Over and over, they watch the YouTube clip. Randy Johnson, the big unit, a 6'10" freak of nature, foreboding on the raised patch of dirt. Unkempt hair greases down his face and head as he glares at the nothing in the batter's box. A few blinks of intimidation, and Johnson uncurls his lankiness, snakes out his left arm, and delivers the heater, the gas, the number one. Johnson's fastball regularly clocked in over 100 miles an hour. So devastating, so terrifying that at one All-Star game, John Kruk stepped out of the batter's box the moment Johnson went into his windup. You can read his lips. Nope, F this. 3 pitches later, he's back on the bench, out, but safe, alive. No such luck on March 24th, 2001. Johnson fires off the pitch, and a blink later, an explosion of feathers. The ball never reaches the plate. The forgotten batter forfeited by the most improbable, the most amazing confluence of trajectories. A bird, a perfectly timed dove, disintegrates into nothingness. An event for which there is no Kabbalistic notation in the minutiae of baseball scorekeeping. I understand my son's laughter, I do, for laughter is a common response to the amazing, the unbelievable. And if you've seen this clip, you know it is truly one of the most unbelievable things ever. Randy Johnson just hit a dove with a fastball. Hit it with such precision, such force that there's only a handful of feathers to prove that a blink before a dove existed. He has, in essence, erased it. This fact overwhelms one with the impossibility of its possibility. This particular collision of vectors is unbelievable precisely because it happened. And this is where my reaction to the video clip differs from that of my sons. They are still young, still caught up in the novelty of experience. To them, the clip is new. But I saw it 18 years ago, have had that time to process its implications. It's a memento mori, certainly, a reminder that somewhere out there is a bullet, a cancer, a drunk driver on its own vector, barreling its way towards yours, towards mine. But for me, the essence of this event is something else. It's the way Johnson's arm traces a question mark in the air as he throws his pitch. It's the fact that before the collision, that dove is beautifully, impossibly in flight. I'm going to read one now from the new book, as of like today new. Still got that new book smell. And it wasn't written about Dorothy, but I think Dorothy, for a lot of us, is like the man in the poem. So that's why I picked it today. And it's called Icon. And it's one of my pandemic poems. He's there every morning in the vanguard, silhouetted, hacky-sacking in the parking lot corner as I drive by on the way to work. Every morning, sheen of sun off a shaved head, passed from foot to foot the flaccid sack kept in play. Every morning, as Italy collapses, as bodies are taken from nursing homes, as New York is overwhelmed, every morning, focused, steady, at peace, never letting the bean-filled bag hit the ground, sharing his grace until we can recollect our own. Every morning, as much a part of a benediction as the purple-orange glints of sunrise or the warbling songs of birds. And then I'll close on a happier note. I'm going to read a love poem. The first poem I will write to you. I saw you roll your eyes. This will be the first poem I will write to you. It will be a clumsy poem, fraught with fumblings and missteps, full of the confusion of new hands fitting into each other, of the awkward calibrations of a first kiss, of bewildered strangers highlighting each other. There will be parts of this poem that will make no sense to you, just as there will be parts that make no sense to me, at least not yet. There will be other poems I will write to you, better poems, adorned with the patchwork of shared experience, the puzzle pieces of us sliding into, against one another, completing a picture once made hazy by dream. But this will be the first poem. Years from now, perhaps on a winter's gray afternoon, wrapped under a shared quilt you made for me, we will come upon all these poems again, kept perhaps in an old shoebox slid under our bed. We will find this poem, its words forgotten, fleshed now, no longer needed as words. When we read it again, when we find it, we shall read it again and remember this was the first poem I wrote to you. Thank you.
Our next demonstration, I think, is by Wesley Kramer, and he is going to be discussing the benefits of printmaking. Wesley grew up in Belvedere, Illinois, exploring the woods and having adventures with his little brother. Growing up there, he and his brother were able to have imagination-filled adventures together. Kramer graduated from Northern Illinois University with a Bachelor in Fine Arts with an emphasis in printmaking, developing his art practice with the help of his fellow artists to support his ideas and imagination. After graduating from NIU, he had the opportunity to move to St. Louis to work as an assistant for Tom Huck, a world-famous printmaker at Evil Prints. After 2 years of being at Evil Prints, he started graduate school at OU in Norman, Oklahoma, where he currently resides with his wife. There, he began to develop his new body of works to create a large interactive comic book. Kramer has just completed his last semester of graduate school, earning a Master of Fine Arts, congratulations, in printmaking, with plans to continue developing and learning new ways to make his art, while also finding a teaching position in the area to spread his knowledge to others. Welcome.
Yes.
Oh, we just started teaching here. Congratulations. Thank you. Nice to meet you. I'm Mindy.
Nice to meet you too. Hello, everyone.
That's my fault, Mindy.
Hello, everyone. So I'm here to talk to you guys about the benefits of printmaking. So to start off, when everyone makes artwork, especially two-dimensional work such as illustrations, paintings, or drawings, you spend quite a bit of time on your drawings and paintings and stuff like that. And you put a lot of effort in it just to have a show. When you have a show, you kind of run into one of two problems. Either you make this very amazing work that's very high priced and everything, and it doesn't sell at the show, or it sells at the show and now you can't bring it to another exhibition. And the idea behind printmaking is you're able to make multiples and able to sell it fairly cheaply to a more wider audience that might not be able to afford a very expensive painting or drawing or such sorts. And so what I am doing for you guys is I'm showing you about the printmaking process. And so right now I'm showing you guys a process called woodcut. And so I made a little print for you guys. My little globby guy holding a cat. Little fun little project for you guys. And the idea behind printmaking is basically creating a stamp. And so I first start off by getting a type of linoleum or wood or something like that. And then from there, basically I get my wood cutting tools. Nice little variety right here. And the idea is anything that I cut is going to be the white space, and everything that I leave is going to be the black space. And so you can fairly easily carve out your object however you need in your process. And then once you got your process done, you have your little print. And so right now I'm going to show you guys is how to print. And so once you got your block ready, you'll need a couple things. First, you'll need a roller, some ink, your block, and paper. Usually, when people print, they'll use a press, which is a little bit more expensive and hard to lug into this area. So instead, I'm going to show you guys an easier way how to print at home using a wooden spoon that you can easily steal from your kitchen. Just don't tell your wife about it. So basically, take your block, you set it down, get your ink little slab ready, you roll it up with ink. Then you just roll up the guy. And it shouldn't take too much inking, especially since this is a linoleum block. If you use more denser woods, such as like MDF or birch, it might take a little bit more time to ink it up. But since this is just linoleum, the ink will just roll right on top, and it will take no time at all. And so from there, I just put my block down. Got a little registration system. Take my paper, lay it in, and I just use my spoon, and I can easily just print this right here for you guys. And the whole idea behind printmaking is to make multiples of it to be cheap and affordable to sell to almost anyone out there. A print like this I could easily sell for $5, and if I make 100 of them, 5 times 100, that's $500, whereas if I made one large painting out of it, it'd probably be around the same price. But this is the way I can get it out there to more people, show it to more galleries, and then you can spread your name out there even further into the art world. Because as artists, you always want to try to market yourself in every way possible. And a great way of marketing yourself is the use of prints. So, unfortunately, since this isn't a press, this will take a little bit more time, a little elbow grease, but once you get it, just lift it up and check it a little bit. If it's not done in some areas, you just re-go over it. A little rough, but that one's done. I got a little better example that I did earlier. But with a press, this is pretty easy. At home, it might take a little bit more time and effort, but the process is fairly nice to look at. And so, printmaking is a nice little process. There's many of different processes within printmaking. This one is called woodcut that I just mentioned earlier. There's several others such as etching, lithography, and screen printing. All of them are fairly common in the printmaking world, but unfortunately in such community colleges, they don't teach all the processes such as lithography, which is kind of nice because thanks to Lynette and Jessica, we are actually getting our own litho press here at Seminole. So it's gonna be a nice, interesting thing. It's very rare to see something like that unless you're in a more university setting. I actually do have some prints, if anyone wants to come down after I'm done talking, of different examples of other types of prints from other artists. A great thing about printmaking also, since there's multiples of it, a a lot of times you'll just have extras hiding around. And so one of the coolest thing I've ever heard from my professor is it's like trading Pokemon cards. You can collect them all and trade them with anyone you want, basically, with the multiples that you have. And so over the years, I've collected many of different artists' prints over there. And to show you that, one other great feature about printmaking is you don't necessarily have to use paper for it. You can use nearly anything to print on. And so, if down the line, let's say you don't want to make any paper art, instead, you can easily use a t-shirt or any type of fabric and make your own custom t-shirts right at home. And so I just brought a simple t-shirt, blank. Take the guy. And I'm gonna flip them over real quick. And then you just do the same thing that I was just doing a second ago. Just rub the back side. And you got a nice little print on your t-shirt. So that's all I got for you guys. And if you guys want to come up and take a look at some of these other prints that I have, you're more than welcome to. These are from artists from all over the world that I have. I'll just show them up if anyone wants to come up. So this guy is Sean Star Wars. He's an artist from Mississippi, and he makes a bunch of really cool and interesting woodcuts, just like how I just did here. He's from St. Louis right now, working in the city. He does amazing woodcuts and lithography right now. So some nice, great examples of some more woodcuts. And lithography, this is from my professor out in NIU. He has a reputation known as the litho god because lithography is a very interesting process. It looks almost like a crayon drawing, and it's got some nice delicate work within it. So I'll be teaching this next semester for anyone who wants to take printmaking and take a look at it. But it's a very in-depth process and involves a lot of steps that you got to make sure you do correctly. Because if you mess up on one step, unfortunately, it's hard to go back because it will ruin the drawing. But I'll make sure you guys won't ruin your drawings. A couple more lithography work. This guy is Aaron. He was also an undergrad with me. This is from a famous artist named as Catherine Polk. She was an illustrator for the longest time for a newspaper until her husband got a job in Arizona, and then she decided to take over the printmaking lab herself and just make her own work using printmaking. And then just a couple more works. This guy's named Todd. I believe he's in Georgia. Actually, at the university he went to, he actually graduated from there, and this is some of the work that he made from there through the printmaking department. And this is Oscar Gillespie out in Bradley University in Illinois. Screen printing, which is basically any type of t-shirt artwork, is basically is screen printing. It's a very fun, fascinating process that we'll also get into, and this is just another lithography work. So yeah, that's what I got for you guys.
Thank you, Wesley. Did you have art appreciation this semester with us? Okay. And you had art appreciation also in the summer?
Yes.
Okay. So he's brand new, which is, I forgot to put on his biography that we are one of the lucky places that get to have him on staff with us. So next semester he will be teaching a printmaking class, and we're working on the scheduling for that right now. But be looking for it. If you're interested in doing that, it will be a really great class. And if you need electives credit, like fine arts electives credit. It's a great way to get that credit toward your degrees. If you are an art major or a liberal arts major, it counts toward your degrees that way too. So thank you so much for sharing with us. That was great. Okay, thanks. So we're going to take a break and get set up for our next speaker who will wrap up our symposium for us. And so we'll be back in here at 12:30. Our last set for the symposium this year, and we are delighted to welcome Jamie Worthley to the stage. Jamie is an assistant professor of English here at SSC and at East Central University in Ada since 2020. After discovering her love of essay writing here at SSC, she enhanced her skills at East Central University with a BA in English and further refined her teaching abilities with an MA in composition and rhetoric at the University of Central Oklahoma. Since then, she married her husband, Jason, and together they have 2 children, Leora Kairos and Jace Aaron. Her passions are sewing, writing, scrapbooking, and photography. Her presentation is called Junk Journals. She will briefly discuss how she makes them and then read her story called Sonic Happy Hour from her personal journal. If you would like a closer look, she's got a table here, and I'm sure she's going to tell us all about that. She actually made a lovely junk journal for me, took my first published poetry book and made pages and added pictures and all to it. It's just really another lovely way of looking at composition and art, music, writing. It's all a form of communication. It's ways that we can express ourselves. Dance, filmmaking, all of the fine arts are. And so I thought this was absolutely beautiful. I was very touched by the fact that she took my words and added her flair for design and did a lovely layout here. So I'm looking forward to hearing you tell us about that today, Jamie. Welcome, Jamie Worthley.
Thank you so much. Can y'all hear me? I have a pretty boisterous mama voice, so I'll speak loudly. Thank you so much for letting me present about a brand new passion of mine called junk journaling. It is a new form of self-expression, and it's where you take a hodgepodge of lyrics, tuck spaces, ephemera, all that, and you put it into a book. Now, what I do, I repurpose books, and I'm going to get into meanings and whatnot. I do have chocolate down here, and I know I don't have, okay, well, the prettier, better, I was like, oh, man, my table is next to printmaking. That's not very fair on me. So anyway, but I do have some books you can look at. I also have one that I would like to give away here in just a moment. So just to put in your mind, I will be asking for a volunteer, and there's not that many of us in here, and so you won't embarrass yourself if I get a volunteer down who will take home this junk journal up here and a $10 Dollar Tree, gift card that I'm sure you'll buy stuff for your junk journal and not snacks, right? And so anyway, so let's get started. All right, so I'm not going to stay on my class for too long, but I would like to take just a moment to talk about how I use junk journaling in class. I'm still growing, it's still forming as an assignment, and so I tell my students all the time, have some patience with me. But this is the foundation of my composition. They're the stories that form our identity, right? They're the know and understand, these bottom tiers of Bloom's taxonomy. What we know and what we understand are the stories that form our identity, and then we build on top of that, right? And so we use junk for our junk journals to help bring some light to those stories and help bring some meaning to those stories, right? I kind of quasi-use The Things They Carried by Tim O'Brien, but it's a little much. So I just kind of stole his title to his book, and I give him, I tell people where I got it from. So I just call it The Things We Carry, right? And there are literal things in our junk journals that we carry with us, pictures and ephemera and scraps and whatnot, right? So we, students' junk journals focus on the lateral stories that form our identity, not the linear stories as in you do this and then you do this and then you do this, but lateral stories as in things that happen to my grandparents affect me now and whatnot. Our lives are lateral and not linear. We talk about that. We talk about ancestral stories, our own stories, our future hopes and dreams. We juxtapose media with forms of self-expression like artwork, tuck spaces, and poetry. We use modes of technology like a collage app. I tell them that technology, we think of technology as computers and phones, but I just call technology anything that makes life easier, right? Like this little cut machine right here. This is technology. This is why I don't have to draw with draw a line and try to cut it straight. It cuts it straight for me, so that's technology, and that counts towards their grade. The Cricut die cutting machines, like this is a die cutting machine. And so those are some of the modes of technology that we use in class. And then 5 forms of media, like pictures, different papers, stamps, fabrics that I have a ton of already. Right, and then at the very end, we have a conclusion and an introduction, so that way students go home with a book about themselves. So I want to cover up some terminology just because they're fun. These words are fun. I like words. I've always loved words. And so anyway, the first I'm going to get into is called ephemera. Ephemera, I just call it trash used as decorations, right? I'm going to read a story here in just a moment about Sonic Happy Hour whenever I was a teenager and sharing a cherry limeade with my sister at Sonic. And if I kept the receipt, or maybe now whenever I take my kids to Sonic, and on my 40th birthday, I really didn't want to do very much. And I asked my husband if he would share a Route 44 cherry limeade with me in memory of whenever I was much younger. And if I would have kept that receipt, that would have been ephemera or a part of the cup or something like that, and poked it in my junk journal. But I didn't. Anyway, so ephemera is just trash used as decorations, right? Labels and whatnot. Juxtaposition, if you know anything about art, you've heard the word juxtaposition, but that is where we put 2 forms of media together to bring a brand new meaning. And so what I tell my students, a fun way to juxtapose and bring new life and new meaning to their junk journals or to their stories that form themselves, is to have like a picture or a quote that has nothing to do with your story, but poke it in there and let it juxtaposition, let it bring new life. It doesn't have to be, if I'm going to talk about my children eating s'mores, I don't have to put a picture of them eating s'mores. I can have them playing in the hose, right? And that just brings new life and new meaning to that story, and it's just a fun way to bring about new life. Repurpose, right? A lot of these are repurposed. This is my own personal journal. This isn't repurposed. This is fabric given to me by one of my students. But a lot of these are repurposed fabric. I like to go, there's way too many, right, Mindy? There's way too many clothes out there in the landfills and whatnot. So I like to go to Goodwill, Salvation Army, and get pretty clothes and repurpose them into books and to cover my books. So a lot of these are repurposed clothes, along with just a few things that I've sewn. I brought, this is repurposed. I made my son a newsboy cap whenever he was a baby. I made him a couple, actually. These are little repurposed moccasins. I actually won a blue ribbon. I couldn't find it to save my life, but I actually won a blue ribbon at the state fair a few years ago with a pair of baby moccasins that I've made from repurposed material, and so I was really proud of that. But of course, repurpose, as you can guess, is just to take an item and use it for something else, use it for a different, to adapt or utilize something for a new purpose, and that's what I love to repurpose, right? Aesthetic, one of my favorite words is aesthetic. I don't know why, I just love words, right? One of my favorite words is aesthetic, and it just means pretty or ugly, right? It's aesthetic value means that it really doesn't have monetary value, but it has value to me because it's personal to me. It has its own aesthetic value, and that it's pretty to me, and it means something to me. Multimedia, we talk about what we actually call our junk journals multimedia portfolios, because that sounds far more academic, but they're just junk journals. But our multimedia portfolios just means all these different forms of expression in one, multimedia, different forms, many forms, right? And then the last one, collage, which I always spell college collage because I use the word so much. So if I send you an email and it says Seminole State collage, sorry, I do that all the time. But collage, we think of that as like a magazine collage and cutting about a bunch of stuff. But these are actually collages. And instead of pilfering through books that really aren't that decorated because I always give them away, I just made a few pages. But this is a collage, right? I have a picture this was an old Oklahoma book that I bought at some Salvation Army anyway, and I printed this picture on it. I sent it through my picture, and then I put this tuck space on here, and a pretty butterfly, a torn paper that I use as a quarter. Anyway, so it's a collage. It's just meant to bring meaning. I try to use color and color, ribbon, whatnot, and form it into a collage. All right, so those are some of a few of the terminologies that we use in junk journaling to just say that we're not I don't know, it kind of brings an academic value to it, a personal value to it, whenever we have terminology and we make it a part of ourselves. And then, of course, after 3 degrees, after going to multiple colleges, my main research area is Pinterest, right? And so here's some ideas of just pretty pages from just some sites in Pinterest that I just thought were pretty and that I would bring to light if anyone was interested in making a junk journal with me. Here's some ideas. All right, so before I go to the final slide where I look for someone who would like to volunteer to make a page with me, I'm going to go ahead and share just a tiny bit from my own personal junk journal. I'd like to share a story, and there's mine. I'd like to share a story and a little bit about my junk journal. So this is my personal journal here, and it has a moth on it, and I just wanted to take a moment to say butterflies are easy, right? Butterflies are pretty. But moths are born in the dark, and they are transformed in the dark, but they're always going towards the light. They're always trying to find the light in the dark, even though their transformation came in the dark. And so I just love moths because, to me, that is a story of true transformation, not some pretty butterfly, but some moth finding its way through the dark. So a lot of my stories are like that. A lot of my stories are finding that light in the dark, and that's what I'm going to talk about here in just a moment. I have my story typed up because I haven't found the page that I want to write it on, but I do have my story that I want to share. And then I'm going to try to get a volunteer. See if anybody wants to volunteer. So put in your minds, whoever wants to come down, you will get a junk journal. All right. So all my journal entries answer a question that resounds daily in my being. How can I love a God who I cannot see if I do not love a person who I can? And that came from 1 John. So these journals guide me in finding God who I cannot see in the people I know and love. The story from my personal journey isn't from a dark memory. Those I keep tucked away in those tuck spaces. But this is a story that formed my identity, and it's called Sonic Happy Hour. I accepted the hot summers far more when I was a teenager. It was right after my 9th grade year when we moved to the middle of the night into a home in Okemah to escape my mom's abusive husband. I say a home, but the carpets were so filthy that we could not occupy all the rooms in this house. And only one room was air-conditioned anyways, where we all slept, ate, joked, and settled. After my sister and I washed our clothes in the kitchen sink and braved the tall weeds in the backyard to hang the clothes on the clothesline, we would take daily trips to the Okemah Lake to survive the heat. And that's where this story begins. The lake water that was drenched to our bones also soaked into the seat of our Beretta that had enough miles to drive to the moon and back. Believe me, we did the math. My sister and I laughed when I found a whole quarter that was enough change for one Route 44 cherry limeade. Light ice, please. Gently, we passed the large cup back and forth as we drove to our mostly abandoned home and set the half-empty cup in the refrigerator to save some for our mother, who was just waking up from working all night at the Okemah Hospital as a nurse. And that's where you reside, in my sister's laughter, in my mom's eyes upon receiving our gesture, in that one room where 3 or more gathered in one name. We left that house after the summer ended, and now we and our children drench our bones in the lake and cherry limeades every summer. Thank you. All right. So would anyone like to come down and maybe use the die cut machine or a little paper slicer and leave with a journal? No, you look pretty. Yeah, come on down. Come on down. Land before time. Yeah, come on down. Thank you. What's your name? Megan. Come on down, Megan. So here's your journal. And I just want to walk us through very quickly just making a page for it, right? It's just have a few pages decorated to give you an idea, and then most of it is left blank. And so you're more than welcome to take that and have some fun with it. And here is a $10 gift card to Dollar Tree. I don't know what you're going to spend it on, but if you'd like some stickers and whatnot to go into this, I'd appreciate it. Or do whatever. So what I would like to do is take these really hideous cards and turn them into journal spots, right? So we're just going to take a really hideous card and turn them into, you might think they're beautiful, I think they're just atrocious, but we're going to take these hideous cards and turn them into journal spots. So the way we do that is, I have some paper up here. So we take whatever paper we like. I think that's pretty, right? And we're going to cover our card. And then after we cover our card, we can put stickers and whatnot on it. And then I'm a lefty also, just like Professor Ashley over there. I can, wherever she is, there you are. Just like Professor Ashley, I cannot write even just a line with my left-handed self without going down or sorry. So I have to have lined paper. So I put lined paper on the inside of mine also. But anyway, so let's walk through. There's no telling where, here we go, here's some scissors. So let's walk through making what's called a journal spot / tuck space for our junk journal. All right. It doesn't have to be precise just yet because we're going to use this little form of technology here to make it precise. You can scoot stuff around. I just try to make it look, this is how my dining room looks right now. But anyway, try not to have my back towards the camera. But, so what we do, here's some, there's some glue right there. Here's a little paintbrush. So we're going to dip our little paintbrush. Yeah, just scoot everything out of the way. We're going to dip our paintbrush in the glue and cover this hideous front with glue. There you go. You can do this with Christmas cards. You can do this with, I find a lot of cards at Salvation Army, Goodwill, that they really just want to get rid of because someone donated them and they couldn't bring themselves to throw them in the trash. So they sell them for a dime each, you know, a dime a bag. So anyway, all right, we got that. You can just put that back in there whenever you get a moment. Let me just put that on there. Now, I have this card right here. This is just a old debit card or something that I covered in vinyl. And it's great for sliding it across there. So there you go. Now we take this fun little thing, and instead of having to line everything up, I just line it up in here, like that. I put mine on a little bit crooked, but that's okay. We're just showing a demonstration here. Slide it there. Turn it around. Again, I don't have to do the work. This does it for me. Slide it there. I got this thing at Dollar General for $5 too. I loaded up on them. All right, then I slide this through here and slide it through this little.
Handy, but when I use mine, mine are still crooked.
Yeah, mine too. It's okay. If they want perfect, go get it at Walmart, right?
Adds character.
That's right. All right, slide it through. Then I'll let you do yours. But now I have this little card that has a much prettier surface on it. Hopefully I didn't cut that. But anyway, has a much prettier surface on it. She was smart. She actually lined it up before I just poked it on there. All right, good job. Now I'm going to take this pretty due date, actually, and I have a lot of these little, these are tea stained, right, or coffee stained, actually, and I'm going to put mine on the inside to have a little journal spot. So I can glue that on the inside there, and then, like I said, you can pick, here's some pretty white paper, here's some, there's just stuff everywhere, here's some more, there's just stuff everywhere. Anyway, here's some more tea stained and coffee stained stuff. Take one of these. Put it on the back. My daughter, by the way, she's 8 and she has her own junk journal. It's adorable. She loves to, it's really helping her write also, but she loves to sit with me, but I get nothing done because it's, Mom, should I do this? Mom, should I do that? Mom, look at this. And so that's okay. All right. Now I can take the front of this, put some stickers on it, use my die cut machine and put some stuff on there. Here's a pretty sticker, pretty little flower. I'm pretty girly if you can't tell. I finally just gave up and said, okay, I'm girly, but I still like my rock music. All right, and there's my new card I could do more to it if I wanted to. But I have a little journal spot, and I can make a tuck space in my book where I tuck it in there. And so if I have a quote or maybe a small story that I want to write on it, but I don't want to, Robin Tyler called it seeing your parents naked. You don't want to open your journal every time to read the story that hurts. And so she said that you can make some tuck spaces to tuck them away. So, all right, everybody give Megan a hand. Thank you so much, Megan. That's really all that I have for you. If you want to come down, I do have chocolate, so if you want to come down, get yourself some chocolate and check out any junk journaling stuff that you would like. And I do want to bring attention. Here you are. There's your gift card in there. I made these at Upward Bound, by the way, over the summer with my Upward Bound kids, and so we took boxes and I reinforced it with another box on the inside, but we made some junk journals out of repurposed boxes. So you're more than welcome to come down, take a look at anything, and again, thank you so much. I appreciate you tremendously. Thank you, Megan. I love your shirt, by the way.
Thank you all for coming. That concludes our 9th symposium of Howlers and Yawpers. Enjoy your afternoon.